How we doing, everybody? How we doing? Check in to the stream. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Happy Tuesday. We made it to another rapture. A successful one, because we're all still here. We made it through it. I had a rapture in like 2012. There was another one in like 2019, I think-ish. I can't remember when they all were, but we've survived multiple raptures at this point. So I'm just happy to be here. Unless it hasn't happened yet. I don't know if like we missed the scheduling. I don't know if if we're late. Am I late to the rapture? Did I miss it? Heck. Yeah, I'm late for everything. I think we all missed it. Everyone's been raptured except for us. We're the only ones left. Damn it. 1999 was also a rapture. Holy. How many raptures have there been? My goodness, false rapture claims. We missed it. Good morning. They're stuck in traffic. Huh? You woke up and noticed all the assholes are still here. Damn it. Heck. Well, everybody check in. We got Tuesday. I did not feel like waking up at 8 in the morning. We were up until 3. I didn't stay up all night because I do want to stream here. If I stay up till 4 or 5 in the morning, I'm sleeping until like 2 o'clock. I didn't want to do that. So we were up last night playing the new Silent Hill game. Horror season has came back. Spooky season. We're starting it early. I usually wait till October to start that, but we started last night, played Silent Hill F, the new Silent Hill game. Spooky, Japanese horror. Really good, in my opinion. But we played that, and I was expecting the rapture to happen, and midnight came, and nothing happened. And still here we are at 1:15 p.m. in the afternoon. I mean, it feels like a rapture is taking place with this Trump administration. Tell you what, it feels like that is for sure like taking place. We are going to review the Trump speech today at the UN, as well as other things that are taking place. There's a Palestinian pro-Palestine protest in New York at the UN General Assembly today. That's taking place. Trump's meeting with Zelensky. But I was not about to wake up at 8 in the morning after being up and listen to this guy's speech. Okay, I figured we could do it on the stream, and that's what we're gonna do. So he spoke at the General Assembly, and it was terrible. Like, it's just more into the madness of this administration and what we're experiencing. I mean, yesterday we learned that Tylenol gives you autism. Okay. I'm not sure, where to go from there. That's where we're at right now. That's where we're at with this administration, is Tylenol gives you autism. And so I'm really, I'm not a politically sound individual in terms of like hardcore political analysis. Like I try, but I don't really know where to go from there. You know what I mean? I don't know what to do from that. Like, is this it? I mean, honestly, maybe perfect time for someone like me to tap into political analysis, because if Tylenol gives you autism is the bar, I got a career in this one. I think I got a career here. I got something going for me. Finally, I can do this. I take ibuprofen, so I mean, and Advil, so I mean, I'm good. I haven't taken any Tylenol. Ironically, in the game yesterday in Silent Hill F, your character, well, you get like bandages and you get a bunch of like Japanese like candy and like fizzy drinks, and they give you like agility. They give you like agility and health, but there's also pills. And I did not take. I took 3 pills during the stream last night. My bad. So I gave our character autism in the Silent Hill F. So if you want to see our character in Silent Hill F with an autism buff, which turns out when you get the autism buff, it's just God mode, and nothing can outsmart you or defeat you. So it's like a cheat code. I gotta like turn it off because it's actually unfair. So we had the Trump UN rally. Obviously, that's like an hour long, so we're gonna review that. The rapture. Let me see. Anything else on the rapture today before we get into that? Would you say they need that update, the autism update? Or just take some Tylenol. That's all you need. Give yourself the tism. Why TikTok is freaking out over a rapture. This should be further proof that TikTok is dog shit. I don't care. I have no idea what TikTok is freaking out about, but if they were actually legitimately freaking out about a rapture today, you need to adjust your TikTok algorithm to stop feeding you political shit and watch cat videos. Like, do nothing but just type in cat videos and then just sit there and then honestly leave it. Like, let your phone just let's scroll through the videos, like auto scroll, and let that do that for like an hour to clear your algorithm from anything political on TikTok. There is absolutely zero value in political TikTok. I don't know. Like, even the creators that do it and they do good, I mean, they're fine, I guess. But there's so much garbage that you have to sift through. And there's no filter. There's no filter on it. It's wild. Scroll through TikTok and it might feel like the end of the world. Oh, is TikTok the death cult? Oops. Videos about an alleged rapture have taken TikTok by storm as end times discussion finds a new vehicle, algorithmic social media. Aren't I supposed to be in Ukraine? No, I'm an American. I cover American news. Some Christians generally see the rapture as the end times event when believers ascend to heaven during Jesus Christ's second coming. Are you one of these TikTok users that believe the rapture was coming today? Is that why you asked me why I should be in Ukraine? Is the rapture in Ukraine? Is that where I go to find it? As you might imagine, there's plenty of skepticism and division over how the rapture would play out. Driving the news 2 weeks ago, a South African pastor claimed the rapture would hit Tuesday, and it quickly became TikTok fodder. Really? The rapture is upon us, Joshua Mhlakela, whatever, said on September 9th episode of Sent Twins TV podcast. You got to listen to the Sent Twins TV podcast to find out when the next rapture is coming. Whether you're ready or you are not ready, the rapture in 14 days from now is going to take place. Mhlakela said he was 1,000,000,000% sure. He must be getting numbers from the Trump administration about this, claiming Jesus told him about it in a dream. He had a vision. Jesus told him. Video has more than 500,000 views on YouTube. Heck. Since then, rapture talk videos have racked up millions and millions of views. Wow. There are more than 300,000 posts under rapture on TikTok. Is that what you guys do? Instead of watching my gaming streams, you just doom scroll TikTok? There's more value in my gaming streams. I promise you. I promise you. Just doom scrolling, sitting there just scrolling nothing. Just a bunch of nothing for hours, don't you? If you feel called out, I'm sorry. It is what it is. I used to do that. On Vine. Most videos are laden with satire and users mocking or rejecting the rapture. Wow. One woman wrapped her own and her dog's head in tinfoil hats. Wow. Help. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, no. The dog. Help. How many views does this have? Brother, 980,000 likes. It's gotta be a funny video. It's gotta be something with comedy to have that many likes. But they're probably just liking it for the dog.
Okay, me and Max are ready for the rapture. He's not going either. He didn't want to go. He's gonna stay with me. You not going, right, Max? You're staying. Right.
Max is cooling.
We're gonna get her fixed up when she gets up. Rapture update. Don't look down.
Okay. Rapture and autism in the same hashtag queue. Rapture's happening now. Oh my God. Jesus be offense. What? If a message from God, what?
This is my goodbyes to my family because Jesus is coming back tomorrow is my whole For You page. If you are scared, that's okay. But as a Christian, let me tell you why that's not happening tomorrow and why you're okay. For starters, the rapture is not and will never be planned out for humans to know. That's not something we will ever know. Ever. Period.
Such good content on this app. Just the best. Like, you're truly getting, like... I mean, you know what this is? It's just video form of old Facebook posts. This is just video of Facebook when Facebook used to say, "What's on your mind?" And then people would just post whatever the fuck. Oh, I'm shitting and eating a sandwich. But people are doing that on video now. Okay. Such a dog shit platform. Yes, but some TikTok users aren't scoffing at the rapture potential. They lost their jobs or left notes for those staying behind. Others offered survival tips for the ascent into heaven. "I know we're going home," one woman said in her video, which got 1.1 million views. She said she would make an apology video if we don't get raptured. Oh my God.
I have tried to record this video like 10 times. I feel like it's time for me to step away from TikTok. I feel like my story is over.
My story is over.
I have been so blessed by this, and the Lord has done so much, and I'm so grateful to have been his vessel.
Oh my God.
And you guys already know, I truly believe with all my heart we will be raptured during Feast of Trumpets this year. If there is...
I'm so glad I didn't get the clear glasses. Thank you, Mod Nikki and Mod Kylie. I think that would have made me a conspiracy theorist. I would have become full conspiracy theorist if I would have went with the clear glasses. I thought those would have looked cool, but now I'm glad I didn't get those.
Some chance that we don't get raptured, I will come back and make an apology video for myself being deceived. And that will be it. I may seem like I don't care right now. I'm kind of frustrated because I keep trying to record this, but I assure you this is, it's bittersweet because I know we're going home, but it's just been such a blessing being able to do this and to see what the Lord has done and allowed me to be a part of.
It's been a bad month for religion, I tell you what. Boy, religion is not taking a fatter L in the month of September or in any month than we have for the past month. Ever. Doing negative numbers on religion.
So, yeah.
Holy shit.
I love you guys, and I said a whole bunch on these other videos, but...
Between the Charlie Kirk Nazi rally and this, it's like, oof.
Perhaps
gotta be a tough time. Gotta be a tough time to be like active Christian and
Jesus is coming,
church.
Ready or not. And if you don't know Jesus, if you don't know if you're saved, if you question your salvation, the Bible tells us clearly, believe on the Lord Jesus Christ. Believe that he died on the cross for all of your sins,
Amen.
Past, present, and future. These are my words.
Amen.
This is my amplified version, if you will.
This is what Charlie Kirk did. Name. What's the difference between this and Charlie Kirk? Just saying some nonsense and then quoting scripture and then continuing to nonsense. This is just Charlie Kirk, but in the car and a woman. Hey, thank you so much. Be Kind Rewind. Thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much.
Read Romans 10:9-11 to get the exact wording.
There you go.
Believe that he died for you,
Yep.
all of your sins,
Amen.
because he loves you.
Yep.
He wills that none should perish. He gave his life on purpose because he wants to live with you eternally.
He did that.
Believe that God raised him from that death. Hallelujah. Confess that belief with your mouth.
Praise
And
Jesus.
you are saved.
Yep.
You are sealed with the Holy Spirit forever.
Yep.
You belong to him.
You do.
And after that,
You are his.
he will work in you and change your heart.
He will work in you and get inside you. Yep.
And heal you and help you to understand his love for you.
Yep.
But keep seeking him. The Bible says, draw near to God and he will draw near to you. You can get...
Oh, I'm following her. Oh boy, I'm following her. She just said a bunch of bullshit. This is how you cook. This is how you cook in the evangelical right wing. And she's not, I don't know if she's right wing. I'm just saying, like, obviously we're covering politics today, and in general, you can see how this is about some fucking rapture nonsense that's not happening. But like, you can see how easy it is to come across as like, oh, they're just religious and just so cutesy, and they can quote scripture. They're God. What are God's angels? This is God's angel right here. We can't make fun of her. That's what they believe. That's what the Christian white nationalists, right, believe. Which I'm not saying she is at all. I'm just like reflecting back on the last like few weeks of just the worst type of Christian white nationalism we've ever seen in 4K. Like, it's bad always, but we've seen it egregious in like the last few weeks. So, but it's easy to like do that. It really is. Know some scripture, say the most bigoted shit ever, and then just say in Jesus' name, amen. And like, you have evangelicals be like, oh, one of us.
Saved and go on your merry way and miss out on everything he has for you. He wants to heal you. He wants to set you free.
Okay, when does that
He
stop?
wants to bless you. He wants to up to snuff and only sin twice a week or less, or have to save 20 people, or whatever the case may be. The Bible is clear. When you read passages in context, our salvation is in Christ alone. Believe on him and be saved.
Except for your believing earthly crackpot pastor on the rapture day. Feast of Trumpets rapture.
It looks like Feast of Trumpets rapture has been in our face in scripture the whole time. Okay, guys. So last fall, after Feast of Trumpets, the Lord led me to a chapter in the Bible, and I have studied the heck out of it ever since then. I was trying to tie it to Christmas last year, and I was reaching, but
just doing religious conspiracies. A lot of people do this too, especially pastors. They just be up there just saying shit. Just be like, they're just podcast bros, but then again, they know scripture. They know some scripture they can quote, and then the Holy Ghost, and then they cook, and then they make so much money grifting off of evangelicals that believe in a higher power. But it's so easy. It's such an easy grift.
But I knew that the Lord had shown me it, and I knew it was about the rapture. And now I know, because the Lord has also taught me that tribulation and rapture are going to be simultaneous, that it is also speaking about the rapture beginning. The Lord has been putting it on my heart all day to make a video going verse by verse in this chapter and breaking it down and showing how it proves a Feast of Trumpets rapture.
What is that, really quick? This was in the idea that the Feast of Trumpets will coincide. We looked at this a little bit yesterday. Coincide with the rapture is a viral prediction circulating online. Is it? I mean, the Feast of Trumpets is something that Judaism celebrates, right? Is Feast of Trumpets? Dude, just type in Feast of Trumpets. Biblical holiday on the first day of the 7th month of the Hebrew calendar, marked by the blowing of the shofar, which we looked at yesterday. Sounded terrible. Signifying remembrance, celebration, and anticipation of the future. Yeah, nothing says that by twisting conspiracy theories, by predicting the future. That doesn't ever come true. The feast originated during the time of Moses on Mount Sinai, following the incident with the golden calf. Oh, that's why I memory hold a lot of this. Commandment Leviticus 23:24 describes it as a Sabbath rest and a memorial of blowing of trumpets. It's called Yom Teruah, meaning the day of blowing. Sorry. Also known as a day of remembrance. Practices and observations, shofar sounding, the central police and the continuous sounding of the shofar, the ram's horn throughout the day. Guys, today's the day of blowing, so I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Didn't think this day could get better. So the observations, the central practice is the continuous sounding of the shofar. So you're probably hearing that ram's horn today. Maybe. Holy convocation, regular work ceases, and people assemble for... People aren't working? The heck? That's anti-American. Better be working. That's all I heard from people that are like this. These people aren't at work. Aren't they at work? Calendar significance. It is the only Jewish feast day determined by the sighting of a new moon. I think the Jewish people have feasts for like every day of the year. Isn't there like some religious day most of the time? The significance for Jewish people. Rosh Hashanah. Today it is known as Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, symbolizing a new beginning. Okay, so it's a new start. New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, guys. High Holy Days. It is the start of High Holy Days. Oh, boy. Including the 10 days of repentance. So we got to repent for 10 days, chat. 10 days of repentance. You got to repent for your sins. On the day of, and then you got to blow. You got to blow to absolve your sins. But you have to do that. And you got to blow the ram horn too. Many Christians interpret the Feast of Trumpets as a picture of the rapture. Oh, really? So that's the connection to the rapture, I guess. So how many false raptures have there been on this day? Like all of them, obviously, because the world is still going. We're still here. Feast of the Rapture Watch, our Christianity, holy. Opinions, I'm personally thinking it's a serious possibility. If it doesn't happen, I will not lose my faith, but I think there are a lot of things that line up for the rapture this coming Feast of Trumpets. Source, I made it the fuck up. Can't even say Jesus told him this one. This shit just came from TikTok. TikTok told him. Holy. Well, today is the big day. Jump starting Rapture Day. It's a rapture.
It is a beautifully clear blue day for the rapture, and
What is going on with the sound, though?
I think it might be happening. We have some smoke that is starting to form in this area. So, I don't know, is that how it starts?
Is that how it starts? Are we in the rapture? Oh, boy.
If you ever actually read the Bible instead of paying somebody to read it for you, you'd know that the rapture isn't in the Bible. It was invented by some guy in the 1820s to make money, to con you, because that's what it's been for quite some time.
Yeah. Yeah, chat. Some guy said it. There is 333,000 posts about this, so that story was facts. There's a lot of people. This has 2.2 million views.
Happy Rapture Day, everyone. If you're watching this on Rapture Day, it's currently 1:57.
So there's a whole world of that's happening on TikTok that we have no idea that people are just involved in.
a.m. on Rapture Day for me, and we're off to a great start. I was woken up by yelling coming from outside of my apartment, so I got up to check it out and see where it's coming from, and I look out my window only to see a woman wearing absolutely no clothes standing outside of my apartment building.
The rapture's here. It's the day of blowing, I thought, or whatever. Rapture Day.
So today is Rapture Day, and once again the claims are coming in that it's happening. Oh my God! It's happening! It's happening! No, and
This is the best. It seems like a lot of people memeing on it. Is that really what it is? Mostly, it's just people memeing on it. Rapture 2025 Los Angeles. Oh boy. that'll fix the traffic problems. Any minute now. Yeah, it's a lot of posts though about the rapture today on TikTok. So this is where it really got big. Like why anyone's talking about it or why we're talking about it today. It's because it got viral on this app. It's always the worst apps, isn't it? It's either TikTok or X. People are just like all about it. But it seems like a lot of these accounts are memeing on it. We saw that one lady she's dead ass serious. She's dead ass serious about it. Proof of rapture.
To my fellow Christians, no, you're not crazy. The rapture is very likely happening tomorrow. And I know this because tomorrow is September 23rd. And 23 is 2 and 3. Now, 2 plus 3 equals 5. And I go to the gym around 5 or 6 days out of the week. And 666 is, the sign of the devil. And
this is how Trump explained the connection from Tylenol to autism yesterday.
The devil is a character in Robert Eggers' movie The Witch, great movie. And Anya Taylor-Joy is an actress who's in that movie. And joy is a synonym for rapture. And synonym kind of sounds like cinnamon.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, doesn't seem like a whole lot of people besides that one lady we saw who she posted her last rapture clownery archive. Archiving videos for your failed apocalypse so you can't delete your own idiocy. Damn.
Hey Bella, did you hear? It's the rapture today! Nova, did you hear that it's the rapture today? Stella, it's the rapture today! Did you hear? Did you hear it's the rapture today? Oh, well, I guess he's allergic to bullshit too. Alright. It's the rapture today.
I'm gonna say leave your cats out of it, but the cats even know. The cats are aware. This is TikTok, I guess, huh? Well, I think I tried doing TikToks like 3 years ago. You can go to my page and like find TikToks I made. But I was like, this is dumb. I'm not doing this. We're having trouble playing this video. Is it taken now?
So this is going to be my last confirmation video that I make. If you go back in my channel, I have several others. I'm going to briefly recap some of them to come back home to win by late summer or early fall. Again, still didn't have a specific date, but that's the time frame that I felt like God was pointing out. When I heard about Joshua's vision, I took it seriously. It was the time frame I was already looking at. I compared it to the Bible. I prayed about it. I prayed for confirmation. And
really quick. So people like the crackpot pastor in South Africa, they take advantage of uneasy times and do this. They pick to the Feast of the Trumpets because it's convenient. But obviously we have a lot of shit going on, and it's nothing's good. And so people that are about like death culty shit or like trying to get you in on their religious grift cook in times like this because you are lost. Not you, like just people. Like people are lost. They're looking for answers. They don't know what to do right now. Things are crazy. And so this is where they get you. This is where they pull you in right when you're at your weakest or like your perceived weakest, because you're not weak. You're fine. It's just things are loud right now. So it's confusing, but you're fine. But they try to take you right now and pull you in. Wild. But ain't no rapture today, chat. There's no rapture. I'm sorry.
Everybody.
I'm sorry to break it to you.
Want her to vacate.
Oh God. So the first TikTok, I'm not even logged in. The first TikTok I get is a Charlie Kirk one. Nice. What a good platform this is. Not even on my own account. I'm not logged in. This is just what you get when you're on the app. Wow.
My boy.
Great. What a great platform. Okay. So rapture. Let me see if there's anything else on this first before we move to the real rapture that's taking place. It's a slow one though. Rapture. If you're seeing this, you missed the September. I apologize for pushing brother Joshua's September.
So on this episode, I'm gonna deal with two particular.
Forgive me.
One particular sisterhood from TikTok. She said, she She has people that she feels like she wants to say sorry to. So she left a confession. She left a confession in case she gets raptured, so that those people will be consoled and come down. We're going to go to that video. And also, this man over here who says, you know what? I promoted. What is your confession?
An apology to all those guys that genuinely wanted you as a lady, but you knew you did not want that guy. But you still texted that guy when you got bored. You knew you only text him when the other one was not texting you back.
Yeah.
Sounds like a bunch of nothing. Bunch of religious Christian drama in like the drama religious community, I guess. Overall, people like apologizing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I mean, beyond just like telling you guys there's no rapture, I don't care. Like people that are in on this, like, will do this forever. They're gonna do this forever. We're gonna live through another rapture again. Don't worry. They'll say, oh, there's another one coming, and then like nothing happens. Always, only every single time. If you actually are like a religious person that believes in God and you're a Christian, you know that the day will come and there's nothing that we can say that, or do, and we can't predict it. But there's a lot of fake people out here. Okay, I don't even believe in that shit anymore. I just know what the actual Bible says and what the actual teachings of the Christian faith is, and not a single human can predict that according to the Christian faith. So anyone that's doing that, automatically meme them. But anyways, I don't believe in it anyways. But if you actually are a Christian, then you can't go to a human figure and be like, oh, they said that the rapture's coming, and then twist yourself into a pretzel as to, oh, God said this actually. No, he never did. Anyways, not most of our problem. Most of us, that's not our problem at all. But we were all succumbed to this today. TikTok Jesus. We need to get off social media, dude. Dude, it's so bad. TikTok has it made the New York Times. The rapture was predicted to happen today. TikTok has some advice. Guys, you got some advice. Rapture is upon us, according to TikTokers, some of whom have latched onto a prediction that on Tuesday, September 23rd, today, Jesus Christ will return to the earth and make true believers to heaven. Some evangelical Christians, which usually that is what it is, evangelical Christians, believe the Bible predicts such an event known as the rapture, which essentially marks the beginning of the end of human history. That's what rapture means, in case you don't know, or you don't speak English first. They interpret parts of the Christian New Testament as describing the rapture, including a passage from the First Thessalonians that say, followers of Christ who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. Yeah, you guys can smoke a bong and do that. You don't have to be up all in this, okay? It is not uncommon for various individuals and groups to predict specific dates for the rapture, sometimes through interpreting passages and events in the Bible, and sometimes claiming they received visions. None of these predictions have obviously come to not a single one ever in history. In recent days, though, a prediction spread through social media that the rapture would occur Tuesday, which is now. Ironically, Jimmy Kimmel's coming back, so we got the second coming of Jimmy Kimmel today. That's good. The hashtag rapture now has over 311,000 videos, some of which have endorsed the prediction, while many others poked fun at it, which that's honestly, I think, most of it. What I could see is that a lot of the videos were just memeing on it. There's some serious ones, we saw them, but it looks like a lot of those videos, and that's what can happen. That's what happens on social media, is something happens that's really bad, and then it gets a lot of attention because people are memeing on it or making fun of it. Not all the time, but that is for sure can happen. And I think that's what this is too, is that got popularity because of the memes. For those who believe in the prediction, the TikTokers had some advice. Don't make any weekend plans. Leave your phone unlocked and your passwords accessible for those left behind. And maybe leave your house and car unlocked. Yeah, do that. With the keys, yeah, do all that for sure. Great TikTok advice. Leave your phone unlocked and your passwords accessible. Leave your house and car unlocked. Yep. We don't live in Canada, in America, okay? Maybe if you live in Canada, you can do all that. Can't do that here, okay? You will get robbed. You will lose your stuff. Don't do that. Don't listen to that. Holy. Give your social security number, too, while you're at it. Give your Tylenol supply up. Holy. We had a good, actually, there's a good daily show with Jon Stewart. And I've been able to watch these and play these now. I've been able to watch and play these without issue. And usually the daily show does a copyright. So we'll see how this one goes. They've been doing well. They haven't copyrighted anything in such a long time. But he had some remarks yesterday. I think he mentioned the rapture. Maybe he doesn't. But anyways, he mentions, he talks about Trump and the Tylenol thing, and then we'll get to his address at the State of the Union and get to more actual serious news. But I mean, if you really thought the rapture was coming today, I'm sorry to disappoint you. There's no rapture. We're all still here. That's actually bad news. I'm sorry. We all got to live through this still. I really wish we could get that. What if we could get Thanos snapped? I'd be fine with that, boy. No pain, just no more. All done. You know, that maybe Thanos was right. No, I'm kidding, it wasn't.
Welcome to the Daily Show. My name is Jon Stewart. We've got a fabulous show for you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. I will be joined later by the former Prime Minister of New Zealand. The administration teased a big announcement on the cause of autism today.
Which was yesterday now.
Oh, ye of little faith. So let's get right to it. This is obviously a very serious moment for the world and the United States of America. To the White House, what is the cause of autism?
The use of acetaminophen. Well, let's see how we
acetaminophen hubba hubba.
Acetaminophen.
That was such a crazy. It was just a crazy experience yesterday. I couldn't believe it. Like, I had to go to softball, but I got so mad at softball. They had me batting fucking 10th. It was just like a bad day. Like, between this announcement and just the news in general, and I missed softball last week, so I guess I got punished for missing, and I was batting fucking 10th, and I was just like pissed the whole game. 3 games. We had to play a triple header last night. Just pissed. Anyways, I'll be fine next week. I'll be back where I'm supposed to hit. But anyways, yesterday was crazy. Crazy day. I was like mad and laughing. I didn't know really where to land in between that.
Acetaminophen. Is that okay?
No! No, it is not okay! We would like a second opinion and a third pronunciation. Look, there's already a ton of controversy around the lack of data tying acetaminophen in pregnancy to autism. And you can't even be bothered to pronounce the f***ing word correctly? Until maybe you get to the one word you recognize from your medicine cabinet?
Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol.
Well, I'm sure now they're known as Plaintiff A.
Acetaminofen who?
That's when you know, when he looks up, that's his tell that he recognizes the word. Tylenol. Meanwhile, in other ABC news, young Jimmy Kimmel's coming back to television.
Acetaminophen has too many syllables in it. Thank you, Damon.
It was rather shocking that this turnaround occurred because I was told that the original decision to get rid of Jimmy had nothing to do with the Trump administration.
Who's going to be tuned into I'll watch the Jimmy Kimmel episode on YouTube, like most people. But his YouTube, like if Jimmy Kimmel goes to actually do his own shit and have his own show that isn't produced by Disney and isn't a public platform, like he'll cook actually. His YouTube channel's huge.
And their explicit FCC threat that they could remove the show the easy way or the hard way.
No, I can't stream it. It's a Disney-owned production. They would find me and take me away. I can't. I would be copyrighted and lose everything.
My gosh, this has nothing to do with Donald Trump not agreeing with anything Jimmy Kimmel said or not.
We can watch the monologue tomorrow on stream. We can react to the monologue, but I can't broadcast the whole show. It's against copyright.
I mean, gee willikers. All my days. I mean, I don't know why people would think that. We just randomly remove one show a week.
If Donald Trump wanted to take everyone off the air who had criticisms for him, there would basically only be a handful of individuals left on television.
Isn't that a problem? Isn't that an issue, though? Why is that something to brag about?
That is funny, but it's also maybe a cause for self-reflection. Hey, if everyone on TV is criticizing me, except for like 4 people, and one of them is my daughter-in-law, am I the drama?
I had to hit someone with that. All right, just to reflect, just to throw it back. We had someone that joined our community recently, and it was the drama, but they blamed everyone else for their own actions. It was crazy to watch. And they were like literally trying to dominate and control the chat, and we had to make a move. And I had to tell them, hey, listen, like at some point, it's not anyone else but you. I had to learn that when I was a little younger. I still battle that sometimes, where like I have how I feel, and like there's what everything else, and like I'm not really the main thing that matters. You know what I mean? Like the bigger picture matters, except in my feelings, like yeah, my feelings, but overall, like in a situation, you should put the situation first and try to like cope in the background with your own personal issues. But sometimes your personal issues can become an issue if like you're targeted or you're like harassed, obviously, or whatever. But most of the time, a lot of people that are the drama don't realize they are. And yeah, then they wonder why no one wants them around or in a community. And then they blame the community, or they blame the whatever or the thing. And it's really just them. And they're the problem, but they'll never see it, or they haven't had the proper tools to see it. That happens a lot.
Don't take my word for it. Ask Trump.
I'm a very strong person for free speech.
Almost inevitably, a statement like that will be followed up by a but. However, although, that being said, but if you really, it's like one of those phrases like, I don't see color. But. So Trump's saying he's strong for free speech. Well, let's see that big butt of yours.
At the same time, when you have networks that where I won an election, like in counties, I guess it's 2,600 to 525. That's called landslide. A landslide times 2.
A landslide times 2. I won all of the counties.
Yeah. I don't know if you're aware of this. We don't quantify elections by county.
Trump doesn't know anything. Name something Trump actually knows. He doesn't know how to pronounce anything. He doesn't know history. He doesn't know names of. He doesn't know countries. He doesn't know places in our own country. He's the dumbest president we've ever had, like intellectually. I guess you could. He's smart at grifting. That's give him that. He knows how to grift. He knows how to lie. He knows how to cheat. He knows how to steal. He's done it his whole life. So, I guess that takes some smarts. Because boy, to be able to do that for as long as he has, you gotta know how to navigate. So he's got that. I'm not taking that away from him. So he's good at fraud for sure. But beyond that, I mean, nothing else.
We never have. We don't judge the election by how many counties one person wins and one person loses. Presidents don't ever say, well, I lost the popular vote in the Electoral College, but I won the land mass. That's not how these go. So Trump is up 2,600 counties to 525.
Covering his
and I
hand.
guess if you were to divide that by the negativity directed at him.
But 97, 94, 95, 96% of the people are against me in the sense of the
95, 96, 97%.
The stories are they said 97% bad. So they gave me 97.
We're like days away from them saying it's anti-American to criticize the president of the United States. Like they're going there. I would just be ready for that. Be ready for that. Like you're not American if you criticize Trump. LESH, thank you for the gifted.
They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad.
You see what we have here, people? 2,600 counties minus 525 counties divided by negative 97.
Just like that one guy on TikTok who was making all the connections to the rapture.
I think you see what this all adds up to.
Yeah.
See, I think that's really illegal, personally.
Yeah.
Boom! Let me explain something.
It's illegal.
Free speech has always been a ratio. If the county vote were more equal, you could take a good story and make it bad without being jailed. But as our founders stated in the Constitution, when the delta between the sigma of counties and factorials of negativity are greater than pi, your inalienable rights turn into more of a expired Groupon. I'm sorry, this is how it goes. I didn't make the rules, blame the founders. Now, free speech isn't the only tent post of a free society facing redefinition. There's also this.
We're bringing back law and order to our country.
The TV show.
Oh, we're not talking about the show? Oh, okay. Because I'm not sure that's ever left us.
We will have
Law and Order.
The Law and Order TV show is forever. That is actually immortal. That show will never go away. People will watch that forever.
It's a foundational principle of civilized society. So how does Donald Trump propose bringing law and order back?
President Trump is publicly putting pressure on the Department of Justice and Attorney General Pam Bondi. In a post on Truth Social, the president said, "What about Comey, Adam Shifty Schiff, Letitia? They're all guilty as hell." But
and I posted that. This didn't get as much attention because of all the noise that's happening. But Trump truthed an email that he was writing to Pam Bondi about like literally go after my political opponents, which is Adam Schiff and Letitia James, who he's already had investigated already and fired the person responsible, I believe, for investigating Letitia James.
Nothing is going to be done, adding justice must be served.
You post that? Publicly? Sir, far be it from me to tell you how to run your post-judicial lawfare. But do we all have to be copied on this shit? We know you and Bondi talk in private. Epstein. Oh, I'm sorry.
Where are those Epstein files, by the way? Have you finished the Epstein files?
I have a
where are those at?
Cold. Now, most people would think.
And people go, with the Epstein file, the Democrats should have released them when they should have. Biden didn't run on the Epstein files. He didn't run a campaign on releasing the Epstein files. He didn't make that a forefront of his presidency. He didn't make that a culture within the Democratic Party to find out, like, and Democrats are interested, or people that are left-leaning are definitely interested to find out who is on there and figure out who the fuck's a pedophile in the elite. That's a thing. But it wasn't the forefront issue within the Democratic Party or people that are on the left. Like, there's, like, I don't want to say bigger issues. That's a massive issue. It's a cabal elite. But, like, we got a lot going on with this situation in our country for like regular Americans that aren't pedophile elites that need like their health care and they need their fair paychecks And we also have wars going on overseas that will affect Americans eventually, the way this shit's going. Like I've always said, Russia's invasion of Ukraine will become a world war. Like if Russia isn't stopped, because Russia is just going to continue to invade other countries. Like that's just going to continue, like they have been, and they only have been. So that's just going to continue until Europe is finally done, and then Article 5, Americans, Europe, run it back. Like, so we have a lot going on. So that, but that doesn't take away from how important those Epstein files are and finding out who is connected to all of this. But it was Trump and MAGA and the MAGA base that made the Epstein files their number one. Like they have so many number one issues, but it definitely was like rotated in the cycle of like their issues they have, and it changes every single day. But the Epstein files was their forward facing, like, we're going to release the files. Trump literally in multiple interviews, multiple campaign rallies about releasing the Epstein files. They had a show thing where they brought a bunch of MAGA Nazi propagandists to hold up binders and say, we got the files, guys, we got them. And then it was nothing. It was literally further redacted details from the Maxwell case, which is already posted publicly. I don't know if it's been edited, but the Maxwell case was already happened, and we all found it weird. Me and my mod team, we, after Biden was the president, a lot of people that were in MAGA wanted these Epstein files still, and we had the Maxwell case and the Maxwell trial, and nobody cared. Some did. I'm not gonna say nobody. My bad. Minimal amounts of people cared about that Maxwell trial. Holy, did that thing not matter? They were still pissed about Trump winning. That they were January 6th, and then they were mad that they said Trump really won, and like they stole the election from us, and like they didn't give a fuck about Epstein during that whole time period. But we covered it. I every day. Mod Nikki did a write up of the summary of the court trial every day because it wasn't televised. It was a federal trial. But all of the names that were connected to Epstein were in that trial. All in the documents. I read them out loud on stream back then of who was connected in there. Trump's name's in there, Clinton's name's in there. I don't give a fuck. I was Republican my whole life. You think I wouldn't care if there's a Democrat on there? Good. Bye. Get them out of there. Democrats have no issue removing their politicians from what I've seen. Boy. Oh boy. Franken gone. You got fraud in New York. Eric Adams, he's gone. Cuomo gone. They're trying to run again because they're using MAGA ironically. Isn't that weird? Isn't that how weird? Like you got Cuomo and Adams, which Adams is cooked, but I think Cuomo's still there, right? And they're Democrats, but yet MAGA and Trump are the ones helping them. Weird, super weird, isn't it? Isn't that fun? So, but anyways, though, the Democratic Party, from what I've seen, has no problem punishing and literally removing their politicians when they like fuck up or do something bad or whatever. It's not the same way in the Republican Party. They actually double down and make those politicians like their hero, like new martyr of the day, new martyr of the media for the day. But anyways, all that to be said, Epstein files are definitely something people are asking for, and they need now, and it's bipartisan across the thing because Trump himself has made those Epstein files weirder than ever in terms of like. Is Trump in the files? A lot of people think that. I think it personally, but like if anything, he could know a lot of information. What if Trump didn't do anything actual with like kids, but like he knows about it in terms of like he was there and saw it, which is still bad. That's still just as bad. That's still just as bad for me. But like people that were there participating in it, people that were watching it happen, people that knew about it happening, they all need to go down. All of them need to go down. Okay. But the way Trump and his administration have handled this has raised more questions, and have actually, obviously, people that are against Trump now are definitely interested in these Epstein files. And they weren't beforehand because, again, the case happened and it didn't seem like anything was going to come out of it. MAGA stopped caring. They did until Trump ran again in 2024. Like, oh, now we care about the Epstein file again. And then when Trump is literally like, are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein in the Oval Office cabinet meeting? And then you got, ironically, Charlie Kirk the very next day, and then the MAGA media going, let's trust the federal government. We'll trust the federal government on this. There ain't no Epstein files. Those don't exist. We don't care anymore. We care about Israel. So we're in a weird spot with that all around. And plus it's getting worse. The longer that those files are delayed, the more you got like Candace Owens, Steve Bannon, ironically, and others that are like doubled down. They're not giving up on those Epstein files. Like they made platforms out of that. They have people, they have a base of people that are looking for those, and they are not giving up on that. And those are MAGA, and that's MAGA people, you know, and doing their own shit. But they're spinning up all types of conspiracies right now, all types of conspiracies, which is going to just hurt Trump and the base in the end. It's not going to, if anything, it will embolden people against Trump and will make MAGA itself that follow Candace Owens or follow Steve fucking Bannon, which that's still rough. But like a coalition's a coalition, man. You're going to have people that you don't like and people that are against you. And you need a coalition against this administration, which is going to include conservatives, which that's already happened, by the way. There's been tons of conservatives all over the protests all year. So that's already been happening. But I'm talking like you're going to have MAGA too. And just be ready for that. Like, and doesn't mean you need to go golfing with them. Doesn't mean you need to go hang out with them after the protest or whatever. But they're going to be standing out there. They'll be out there. And it's a coalition. And it's going to require a lot of people, including recently reformed MAGA that are still like kind of MAGA and are MAGA, but like don't want to be a part of Trump anymore. You're going to need them. You're going to need them too. Okay. It's the ones that are going to be hardcore culty that are like never leaving MAGA. Those are like obviously that's like the opponent here in the culture of the country. But people that are falling off of that need to be included into the coalition. It just builds the coalition more. Doesn't mean like after it's all said and done, when it comes time to elect a politician or a president, that you're going to be like, oh, let's factor in the extreme. No, I mean like no, you don't do it then. All right, it's like a means to an end. And it could sound like you're using them. It is what it is. Like they're going to be looking for an outlet to protest against this. There's one that exists. Okay. And if the people that are out there are just accepting of it, it only will help the coalition against Trump. It does literally zero L's. Literally zero L's. Only the only L that would come from accepting like these disenfranchised MAGA from the Epstein stuff would be if you try to tap into their politics. And like, oh, maybe, if they, like, for example, oh, Steve Bannon's running. Okay, he's really vocal about the Epstein files. Let's see what he's about. No, don't do that. You let the extreme people, obviously, they like him. So like, but and they can have their free speech to like him and vote and say, for example, I'm not saying Steve Bannon's running for president. I'm saying they're gonna like somebody that's still on the fringe that you're not going to like. Okay. But when it comes to that point, then obviously there will be a bigger crowd that will not be for that. And they can still support that, but it'll be very minimal, especially with MAGA still existing. And like, I don't see that stopping, and MAGA will likely still have a JD Vance or someone after Trump, or Trump again. We'll see what happens. But I'm just saying there's a lot of people in the MAGA base, or were in the MAGA base, that are not in that now, because of the Epstein files specifically. And then this could be the gateway that gets them away from it completely. Something usually happens when you're in a cult or a movement, and then some event takes place, it snaps you out of it. And then you're out of it no more, and then you come back to reality a little bit. It's slow, but this Epstein files situation is a bigger stain on Trump than he could have imagined. And it's not going anywhere. It has not gone anywhere. Anyways.
A president ordering his independent Department of Justice to go after his political opponents is weaponizing the Department of Justice. That's why most people don't work in this administration.
And it is not weaponizing the Department of Justice to demand accountability for those who weaponized the Department of Justice.
Uno reverse.
Yes. This is lawfare, but this lawfare is only fair because of how he fared under, I've run out of road for the metaphor, but I think you understand. But look, man, if Letitia James committed a crime, she should be held accountable. But what if she hadn't committed a crime?
Trump forced out top federal prosecutor Eric Siebert after his office failed to find incriminating evidence against New York Attorney General Letitia James.
You will find me the evidence. It doesn't find the evidence. You're fired. That's wild.
He fired him for not finding evidence. Trump is going full Devil's Wears Prada on this one. I want an indictment for Letitia James on my desk or you're fired. But Mr. Trump, it's 3 a.m. and she didn't do anything. You woke pussy. There's 1,000 girls who would take your place in a second. And that sweater is pedestrian. That's my...
No, Trump would say that. No, Trump would say all that.
I've never seen the movie, so if you've seen the movie, you probably go, I don't think that's the movie. By the way, this Siebert fella was appointed by Trump earlier this year. Look, at this point, it's so blatantly an abuse of power, and yet his defenders continue to reframe this as refreshing.
He's asking his attorney general in a public way to go after his political enemies. Very open about it. You're okay with that?
Well, I think what we know is President Trump is very open and transparent with the American people, and he speaks his mind. And that's what his supporters love about him, and that's what America loves about him.
And that's all the analysis you'll get from MAGA is, oh, well, he speaks what he wants. He says he fires from the hip. He just says what he feels. You don't like free speech? And then they make it a free speech argument. Same thing when it comes to debates. They usually will go to try to, okay, well, I can't say how I feel. I can't share my opinion. Oh, what are you against free speech? Against free speech? Free speech? It's my opinion. My opinions. And they make it like, or they'll go, oh, isn't it great to have conversations? Aren't conversations so great? Hey, the spirit of the conversation is just so good, and we need to have more conversations. All right, good talk. We can agree on that. Have a good one. And that's how it always ends. Every time with the MAGA.
No, that's what America loves about Dolly Parton. Transparent, speaks her mind. Yet Dolly rarely jails her political enemies. I mean, Senator Mark Wayne, or Mark-Wayne / Mullen. Do you want to know how embarrassing your weak-kneed rationalizations for jailing political opponents ring?
The same guy who was hiding on January 6th from his own base, from his own, they tried to deny that it was anyone other than their own, in the quotes of Jimmy Kimmel. Dude was hiding behind the post, hiding behind the chairs.
I'm going to play you a clip of a fellow senator, a fellow Republican senator.
It's bad too. I gotta play it for you. This is bad when Ted Cruz is the voice. Like, that's where we're at. We're at Ted Cruz is the logical one in the Republican Party, guys. I think they play the whole one, but Ted Cruz, Jimmy. It's bad when we have to agree with Ted Cruz. Where's the whole? There you go. Ted Cruz on Brendan Carr threatening ABC over Jimmy Kimmel. That's right out of Goodfa. It's bad though. It's cringe.
He threatens explicitly, we're going to cancel ABC's license. We're going to take him off the air, so ABC cannot broadcast anymore. And I got to say, he threatens it. He says, we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way.
Yeah.
And you need to do that, Ted. I mean, you take vacations and run away and do performative shit. You don't need to do that. The one time you're correct on something and you ruin it. Thank you.
And I got to say, that's right out of Goodfellas.
And they never said, no, it wasn't. Nope. Not in that movie.
That's right out of a mafioso coming into a bar going, nice bar you have here. It'd be a shame if something happened to it.
It's tough, but this is where we're at. This is the Republicans you can agree with, guys. But it's Ted Cruz, though. So, I mean, that's where we're at. Mercado, if there were anything that Republican do good, you talk bad about Republican all day. Here you go. But this is what you get with it, though. You get the cringe, and it's tough because it's like fuck. And this is still like, who wants to agree with this guy? But this is the low bar we have for like, is there anything good the Republicans are doing? Ted Cruz, I guess, one day.
And I gotta say, look, I understand. Jimmy Kimmel has mocked me so many times I cannot count. The corporate media, they are dishonest, they are liars. I hate what Jimmy Kimmel said. I am thrilled that he was fired. But let me tell you, if the government gets in the business of saying, we don't like what you, the media, have said, we're going to ban you from the airwaves if you don't say what we like, that will end up bad for conservatives. It reminds me of, you and I are both fans of The Lord of the Rings, J.R.R. Tolkien. It reminds me of like the Ring of Power. And it is so attractive. It's sort of like conservatives saying, wait, if we have government, we have power. Yeah. We can ban the media. Let me tell you what will happen. Going down this road, there will come a time when a Democrat wins again. Wins the White House.
They will get rid of every Democrat talk show in America that's a conservative. They'll get rid of every podcast. They'll get rid of everybody on YouTube.
They will silence us. They will use this power, and they will use it ruthlessly.
I mean, I did say that when it happened to Jimmy Kimmel. I said, and MAGA has this belief that they're never going to lose again. And like a lot of people that are Democrat obviously are dooming and think the same thing. Okay. It's not, this is the lowest, this administration is not favorable at all. Like, you don't scroll on TikTok and X. X is X does not give you the facts about the vibe about our country and where we're at with Trump. It is not good. His approval rating is terrible. He has done nothing. Okay, it's a lot of noise, a lot of like, oh, it's Charlie Kirk grift, or a farm his death, and like make that like our movement now, and that's obviously not going to work either, because you're going to turn away the minority communities that voted for you, because they obviously aren't going to be like, as soon as they hear what Charlie Kirk had to say about black people or anyone other than white Christians, they're going to be out. They're going to be like, oh, I can't. I mean, I like. Trump has some good things to say, like they always do. Trump says some things I like, but I can't be with this racism. I can't support that, and I've heard a lot of that, to be honest, from MAGA. Like, oh man, I can't. Or people that are like apolitical, but obviously are like right wing, that are not white, and they were not cool with Charlie Kirk at all, obviously, because he was saying shit like the civil rights movement was wrong. We should abolish the Civil Rights Act. Like, that's what Charlie Kirk would say on his platform every other day. And even if you're like a right winger and you're a minority, boy, that is like the end all. You're already kind of cooked over there, but then you want to end the Civil Rights Act? Are you kidding me? Or for women too, like anyone other than white males in America. That would be a fat L for like majority of us.
Yeah. And that is dangerous. And by the way, in the Biden administration, they tried to go after and revoke Fox's license because they didn't like, and they say everything they say on Fox is hate speech. I'm sure they say everything you and I say is hate speech, is misinformation. Sure. They've defined anything counter to the leftist narrative as misinformation. Now, we just talked about Jimmy Kimmel was lying, but you know what? It's interesting. Brendan said, well, gosh, they slandered Charlie Kirk and his family. You know what? If they slandered him, there's already a remedy. There's a remedy of defamation. ABC could be sued. And by the way,
and Jimmy Kimmel said nothing about Charlie Kirk or his family. He said he was talking at MAGA, and he said the shooter. They tried to lie and say that the shooter was a leftist and try to cope as if he was anything other than one of their own, which he was. He came from a Christian, hardcore red state, the most hardcore red state you can live in our whole country, and his whole family is that. He's a young man. I mean, he literally was morphed from that. He came from that. He came from that nucleus of like right-wing conservatism and other shit. Okay? So that's what he's alluding to. He didn't make one comment about Charlie Kirk or his family in like a negative way.
You get a defamation lawsuit, you can pay millions of dollars. Let that process play out. I think it is unbelievably dangerous for government to put itself in the position of saying, we're going to decide what speech we like and what we don't, and we're going to threaten to take you off air if we don't like what you're saying. And it might feel good right now to threaten Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah.
But when it is used to silence every conservative in America, we will regret it.
And you will. Because I'm not that. I mean, for me, the freedom of speech is important, for sure. The level of misinformation, lies, grifting that come from the right wing, I mean, I wouldn't care, honestly. For me personally, like if like Fox News or OAN or which OAN just went to the front lines of Ukraine and reported on the Russian side, by the way. Do you guys know that really quick before we continue this? Do you guys know that OAN went there and interviewed? Here you go. U.S. network OAN sent a correspondent to Donbass, which, if you don't know, that's the Russian-occupied segment of Ukraine. Segments I've seen so far aired on OAN in Russia today. So, was it Pearson Sharp? Ultra-right Christian nationalist, host, OAN. So, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't care if that media is blasted, but I know it's but like Ted Cruz said, it's a slippery slope. So, and you don't want to do that, so you just don't do it. You just let them say with their bullshit and be their bullshit. But you damn well, like, if there's no way I want this type of shit on, like, what the fuck is that? Going to report on the front lines of Ukraine, but then doing full blown Irina Zarutska aura grifting, Charlie Kirk shit. We're not the same. Where is his post about being in the front lines? Russian soldier carried a comrade for more than 2 kilometers. So you got right-wing media that's like this, and that exists. I like to follow up the last post because the response has been astonishing and sadly predictable. Take a look at yourself if you're curious. There's not a single person asking me for clarification, asking me for proof for things. My takeaway is that Russia and the Russian people do not want war. I didn't hear a single person say anything hateful towards Ukraine while they're standing on it. Like while you're standing on Ukraine in an occupied area behind, that shit wasn't like that before the Russians came. The building behind you in eastern Ukraine was not like that before the Russians came. So anyways, this dude is being interviewed on RT. Ukrainian forces have massacred thousands of Russian speakers in Donbass since 2014. No, he's reporting from Nizhny Novgorod. Anyways, the Russians have MAGA. There he is. The Russians have MAGA and the far right in their pocket. There's a photo. I can finally reveal I spent the last week traveling through Donbass in Russia. And this is an American news host on OAN. No king but Christ. It's the worst people on this planet that exist. And with their free speech.
By the way, that's majority opinion. Not just here. Now, Cruz has supported this president through insults to his own wife's looks and to his own father's loyalties. And yet Cruz still manages to maintain a modicum of self-respect when it comes to this president trampling all over our Constitution. Sir, it brings me no pleasure to have to play this.
Look, I like Brendan Carr. He's a good guy.
Yeah, listen to it again.
FCC. I work closely with him. But what he said there is dangerous as hell.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Senator Ted Cruz boldly stating that the FCC chairman threatening the licenses of networks is dangerous. And Senator Cruz, I would just say, maybe you should stop there. I would stop there. I would not continue with the thought. Perfect. No notes. All right, go on.
and I got to say, he threatens it. He says, we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way.
What up, Kuklan?
The f***?
The fuck?
What sort of the hard way? Oh, what kind of mobster have you ever heard? We can do this the hard way. We can do it the easy way, the hard way. Easy or hard? That's not the Godfather. That's Lenny from Mice and Men. The bunny.
Look at the rabbits, Lenny.
The bunny can do it the easy, the hard way. You got more, Senator, don't you?
And I got to say, that's right out of Goodfellas. That's right out of a mafioso coming into a bar going, nice bar you have here. It'd be a shame if something happened to it.
That's not a Goodfellas quote. I know this because all of my decorative pillows have Goodfellas quotes on them. I mean, I would go home, I would say, that's me at home. Look at me. Now, Senator,
look at your shine box.
I tell you to go home and get your shine box, but I don't, because you wouldn't even know what that means. Ted Cruz, I mean, to do that with Goodfellas, with that accent, is there anything in pop culture that I love that you can't ruin?
But Dad, I'm
boy.
a vegetarian. I don't eat animals. But Lisa, animals are so delicious. There's the animal we get bacon from, the animal we get ham from, the animal we get sausage from. Dad, that's all the same animal. Smithers, release the hounds. Excellent.
It hurts so bad. Did I die? Am I in hell? It's Rapture Day. Didn't you know? We're experiencing the rapture together right now.
They're not booing, they're saying boo earns. Imagine having to endure a Texas power outage with this guy. Who wants to hear my Apu? Anyone? Well, he ruined my love of The Simpsons. At least I've still got my favorite franchise, Star Wars, all to myself, so I don't have to.
The Force is strong with this. There is no try. Do or do not.
Oh my God.
At best, he sounds like Yoda with a sinus infection. Trying not to come. Do or do. You may enjoy Star Wars, Ted Cruz, but there's one thing we'll never have in common, and that's my comfort movie, The Princess Bride, a fantastical tale of adventure and true love with an outstanding cast. And oh, you know what's coming! You know what's coming! With an outstanding cast, including the inimitable. Oh, it, just roll it.
So, what is it you have that's so worth living for? Presses on his chest, and Wesley goes, true love. Liar! Shut up, witch. I'm not a witch, I'm your wife. But after what you just said, I wish I wasn't. Don't say that name. What? Humperdinck? Humperdinck, Humperdinck, Humperdinck. I can't hear you! So.
Wow, that was a straight, that was a one-man show.
Make it stop.
Do you know how hard it is to make Mario Lopez uncomfortable? Truly. Mario Lopez. The man who, need I remind you, did this dance in a tank tee in front of everyone at the Max.
And killed it.
Look, I don't want to get sidetracked by Ted Cruz's Vegas residency. I just want to say this to Trump's defenders. You don't have to bend over backwards trying to make Trump's authoritarian power grabs seem like the rule of law. He does not give a f*** anymore. He's saying it straight up. Trump is saying, the people like dictators. Trump is saying, I hate my opponents and I want them punished. And Trump is saying, I'll use all the levers of government at my disposal to accomplish that goal. So you can get on board with that and say, I'm with that. Or you can join the rest of us and fight like hell for this constitutional republic. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Hold on. It is a form of representational government worth preserving and defending. And as the great Winston Churchill once said,
we shall never surrender!
Oh my God. So funny. You need that. You need that. I'm glad Jon Stewart came back because this would suck. Actually, this would suck so hard. Oh, we missed the Charlie Kirk event yesterday, y'all. My bad. There's a Charlie Kirk event at the U of M. I just didn't care, I guess. A lot of people went though. Wow. This is the turning point, is it? Okay. So this was in Minnesota yesterday because the Turning Point USA event's still going.
Please welcome to the stage, Y-Refi CEO, Lane Schoberger.
Why is it like a WWE announcer?
All right, my name is Lane Schoberger. I'm the Chief Investment Officer and founding partner of Y-Refi. Now, why am I here? Well, a couple of years ago, I had the pleasure of meeting Charlie Kirk. And I'm pleased and just honored to be able to say I can call that man my friend. And I'll tell you why. He saw something in Y-Refi that, frankly, a lot of people didn't see until, well, it started to happen. So I'm going to ask you to step back in time with me just a few days, okay? September 10th. You guys all seen the videos. Beautiful day. It was in, in Utah. I was there. I was in a very awkward moment where I knew that he had found
I was there.
His Savior. I could see it, I could feel it, but I didn't want to believe it. Fast forward. Here we are now, celebrating Charlie. And this is the turning point. You are Charlie. I am Charlie. We are all Charlie. So
we are all Charlie.
See in Y-Refi, why am I up here? I would have never thought a few years ago that I would be on stage with Charlie Kirk ever.
Emptying out my Tylenol supply for Charlie.
Now here I am without Charlie, but I'm with Charlie. Right? So what is Y-Refi?
Suppressing free speech for Charlie.
One of the things that Charlie saw.
Turning in your neighbors for Charlie.
Was students.
That's their thing. Everything is for Charlie now. So you guys just take that and meme it, honestly. Just everything end it for Charlie at the end of it.
In just a massively bad problem, and that is student loan debt. Again, let's go back in time. 2017. Okay, you guys were young, right? Elementary school, junior high, high school, right? Student loan debt in this country was $685 billion. By a show of hands, how many say that's a lot of money? I see a lot of hands. That's a lot of money to me, $685 billion. Welcome to 2017. We're going to fast forward a little bit. 2017, when we started Y-Refi, student loan debt had topped $1.5 trillion. We met Charlie shortly after that. Can you imagine, when I met him, it was already eclipsing $1.7 trillion. Today it's over $1.8 trillion and continues to grow. And we all know how Charlie felt about school, right? He loved education. He just didn't like college necessarily.
He loved education, really.
Right. So as we fast forward,
right.
He saw us with a solution. We figured out a way to allow students who had this insurmountable student loan debt. We gave them a way, a clear path to pay that debt back with dignity. That's what Y-Refi does. Now, under this administration, hopefully we'll have an opportunity to work with them on that federal loan, student loan problem, but all we do right now...
What a dumb name. Y-Refi? What a dumbass. No, that's not going to last.
Private student loans.
Just that brand name alone is not going to last. Like that brand name would work in Europe, not here.
You know, there's two types of student loans. There's federal...
Y-Refi. Right, Y-Refi. What? Yeah, there it is. You can read it right there. It's got a little thing on the E.
Does anybody out there know how much student loan debt they've acquired? I've heard Charlie talk about this on campus, and I've heard some of his influencers do it as well. How many of you know exactly how much money you owe? Not the majority, by any stretch. Isn't that something? So when you get out of school and you find yourself in this unfortunate situation, and you're looking for a way out, hopefully you don't ever need my services. I really hope, I pray that you don't. But if you do, thank God we're here, because that's what we do. So we don't underwrite on FICO score. We don't care what your FICO score is. We've done something unique and something clever that doesn't require
a loan company. Nice loan repayment company.
Your credit score, mom, dad. Okay, this is how we're still the first guy that's speaking. Nice, this is incredible. I talked to so many borrowers and co-borrowers. I get to do the testimonials, and the things that I hear are
used car salesman. This is, oh god, dude, what a fucking grift.
How many of you have co-borrowers? Mom, dad.
Oh my god, dude, I've heard so many seminars like from people like this. This is like, oh my god, this is like when you go to MLM.
Do it for you. Do it for this country. For God, for family, for country.
Do it for God and for family. Get into our loan repayment program. Jesus. We're all at the Charlie Kirk event in our MAGA hats and 47 hats. No way, brother. So the national anthem after the sales pitch. Got it.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed and was brought and I'm going to do something really quick. I know that it's been a week, and I was wondering if I sing something that y'all know, will you help me? Just like y'all did, because you sounded great. If tomorrow all the things were gone, I've worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars.
This is why Republicans lose Minnesota. This is my state. This is why Republicans will never win in Minnesota. This is the worst.
Living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom.
Please welcome to the stage Pastor Bill Withington.
So we got a loan repayment speech, spiel. You got a couple songs. You got the national anthem and the Lee Greenwood song. Or not the other one, not Lee Greenwood. Stay standing.
Let's not let that USA chant die. With that in mind, would you please join me in praying to our Father of the USA?
Father of the USA. Holy shit, dude.
Our Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight in the mighty, powerful, matchless name, the name that is above every name, the world's only Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. We gather here, Lord, we believe, like you, Lord, we believe that upon Charlie's arrival in heaven to the words, "Well done, good and faithful servant, enter into the joy of your master," he too was able to say to you, "Lord, I glorified you, honor by completing the task you gave me to do."
Charlie Kirk didn't complete any tasks. No tasks were completed. None. His task list was empty still. He didn't do shit. And he built an empire of youth to grift them. And that's it. Now they're all like gonna fizzle into whatever else now. So nothing was accomplished.
So like you, Lord, as your life, death, resurrection, and ascension into heaven mark both an end and a new beginning to your ultimate mission of saving and discipling nations. We believe that Charlie's life, death, and move into his new life in heaven with you marks an end and a beginning to perhaps the greatest spiritual revival the world has ever known.
What a bunch of blasphemy. Would it's Charlie Kirk's death, Lord, be the greatest spiritual awakening ever? Holy shit. This guy's got to be evangelical for sure.
We know as we mix our
How long is this prayer? Jesus.
the TPUSA chapters of your nations, especially here in America, to bring the collaboration and support necessary for Christians to engage and serve his generation, honor Charlie, and to glorify you. And we say, let the new Turning Point Victory Tour begin right here, right now. And these things we pray in the mighty name of our Savior and Lord Jesus Christ. And we all say together, amen and amen.
Yeah, you're all going to hell. You are going to hell. And you will burn. That's where you're going. If you believe in that. The cutesy little pop music. What the fuck was that? We're not watching this whole thing. This is just a Nazi rally.
Good evening,
all so much for coming tonight. Our chapter here at the University of Minnesota has been blown away by all of your support from the community. So many people have been kind to us and have been amazing. We'd like to...
They made no waves. That's the one thing, that this didn't even make national news or anything, so...
And please yell and give us a ton of energy for our founder, Charlie. Thank you all for joining us, and we'll get started in just a moment.
Where's Charlie, though? Is he not coming out? What happened?
We're divided the same way the nation is divided. Will anything ever be remedied?
Okay, so you get the idea, the vibe. Who's that now? Oh, really? Really? Oh, that's right, because Ben Shapiro's shit bot turning point. I forgot. Oh boy. So you get the Daily Wire crew now. Yeah, it's for sure dead. Yep. Anything the Daily Wire crew touches dies, including their own platform. So the Turning Point USA is done. Like, it's so done after this. I forgot. I forgot they bought it.
Thank you very much.
Michael Knowles. Yeah, have fun. And have fun with that. Yep, that's going to ruin it alone based upon Israel and Ben Shapiro's just fucking love for Netanyahu. That will destroy that anyway, so good. Good. Everything will work out in the end. Turning Point USA will fail because of their own connection to Ben Shapiro and Israel now, for sure. Like, there's anything that's going to validate Candace Owens and dumbass Bannon's conspiracies. And I don't care. I do not give a flying fuck. Good. Anything that destroys MAGA, I'm cool with. Then I hope they destroy it themselves. That would be the best case scenario, I think, if they just implode and we just watch. All right. Well, speaking of implosion, Rapture Day, welcome. If you guys just tuning in, we've just been watching some updates on Rapture. Rapture obviously didn't happen, but yeah, the president at the United Nations today make some remarks, and I think we should listen because I did not wake up early enough to listen to it. I haven't listened to any of it, to be honest. So this is a first-time reaction to the president at the UN. Hit that like button, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't done so. If you're in the background watching, we're on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. Put up all my Facebook viewers over there. We got 40 people tuned in. That's at least triple the amount of people we always used to have. We have like 10 over on Twitch, but hey, Twitch is still around. Still got Twitch going on, but YouTube, shout out to YouTube. Okay, let's listen to Trump at the United Nations here. What he had to say.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble.
Send them to give all your MAGA base and have them lose their job. This is how it went today? Shit. All the world leaders are uncomfortably laughing, but like he's dead ass serious. Whoever that teleprompter is probably in Gitmo now.
Hello, Madam First Lady.
Without a teleprompter, this dude doesn't know what to say or do. Isn't that wild? Isn't that weird? But Biden was the puppet or whatever. Trump literally can't say shit without words given to him. And then even when the words are given to them, he like ignores those and then spits his own shit that he wants. Literally can't say or do anything, can't lead, no profound words to give without the teleprompter.
Thank you very much for being here. And Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term.
Right.
Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents.
Right.
An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world.
The hottest.
And there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity we inherited from the previous administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation. Inflation like we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down.
Are they?
Mortgage rates are down.
None of that's true. Not a single one of those things are true.
And inflation has been defeated.
Why isn't she sitting over in Slovenia area?
The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that.
Really?
Almost everybody.
Right.
And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it?
What else I'm hoping for? The factor of our allied countries working against Trump, like low key. And like they should do that for sure and help with like, I don't care if it's propaganda. I don't care if it is like helping in the movements against the administration. Like this administration can't be good for other countries either. Obviously, as we were threatening Canada, we were threatening like obviously we were threatening Greenland, which is Denmark. So we're threatening like multiple countries with like invasion. Or yeah, right. Am I right on that? It's Denmark that has the power over Greenland, right? Like obviously Greenland has their shit, but like it's Denmark that is like the king over it or whatever. Am I right on that? I don't know. Yeah, I'm right. Yeah, Greenland is a self-governing territory within the Kingdom of Denmark. Yeah. So, but you're still threatening them too by proxy. Obviously, it's within their kingdom. Or the Commonwealth in general attacking Canada. So like if you're like Australian or you know beyond that, I would feel a type of way.
In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States, and it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever, history of the world. And
Thanks,
I'm doing
Obama.
the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion, and for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe.
Zero.
If you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means?
What does that mean? They're going to kill him? Jesus.
I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. We have no choice. And other countries have no choice because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before.
This is like a campaign. He says this at his campaign rallies. It's the same thing.
You think about...
He's literally said nothing different that he's done at a campaign rally speech he would have made before he won the election last year.
2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending at my request from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable.
Oh, now we're at 7. Okay.
You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And
I ended 7 wars.
They were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia,
autism,
and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was.
Wow.
Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran,
really,
Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No,
all of them.
President or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them.
Really?
I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle.
He talks about it. I saw the clip. I did see this clip, and I was wondering what that was. So from the escalator, yeah, this is insane. As Trump arrived at the UN, the escalator stopped working the moment he stepped on it. Then the teleprompter stopped working. Wonder what's going on. Something could be happening. Melania is just like, fuck it, I'm walking. I smell him. The escalator at the UN stopped working the second Trump got on it. The irony. Remember when this is perfect because when he started his political career, he came down his golden escalator, as The Simpsons predicted. And now he's going up the escalator and it's broken. Whoever the deported. Whoever was the escalator operator there in El Salvador and the teleprompter there in El Salvador right now. Holy.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning. President Trump.
Mr. President, what is your message in light of the Palestinian?
Talk about what happened to Trump.
President Trump, what happened to Trump? What's your message?
President Trump, what happened with Chuck Schumer? Why are you going to push Zelensky for peace, President Trump? President Trump, Schumer.
Melania just takes off. You gotta walk upstairs. Melania wasted no time to get away from him for like 3 seconds. You gotta walk up to Ellis. Does it start working as soon as he's off of it again? That would be amazing. Can you believe it? The fucking escalator stopped working. That's like his biggest issue. Like, don't get it twisted. That was his biggest issue he's ever had. He doesn't care about Charlie Kirk. He doesn't care about the state of the country. Like, that was his biggest issue. And also the teleprompter today. If you guys are wondering, like, boy, does Trump care about anything? Nope. He cares more about that escalator not working for him and the teleprompter breaking. Look, he greets someone and has to tell him about the fucking escalator. The escalator just broke. Oh my goodness, jeez. We gotta find out. Did the escalator break for you too? Just for me? Wow. Must be that fake news media. Nancy Pelosi was controlling the escalator.
If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen.
Oh, wow.
But she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work.
No way. This is his biggest inconveniences of like the whole year so far, by the way. There's nothing else. Literally nothing else.
These are the two things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much.
What a pussy.
And by the way, it's working now. Just went on. Thank you.
Holy shit, dude.
I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier.
Yeah, like the stairs or the elevator, or like what are we talking about here?
Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives.
But then you guys are paying me with a broken escalator. I can't believe it. Which, by the way, the UN's in New York, by the way. It's in our country. So he's blaming like other countries for a building that's in our country. And hired by Americans, obviously. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe you got some foreign labor. I don't know. What you got going on there in the UN? I don't know.
Stopping of these wars.
Either way, good troll. W troll. Obviously. Because ain't no way that shit just breaks as soon as he steps on. Like, someone did that.
To save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there.
Oh, boy.
I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, What is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it.
Potential?
It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential.
Yeah, the escalators don't even work, and the teleprompter doesn't work.
For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war.
Really?
The only thing that solves war and wars is action.
Okay, so weapons to Ukraine, like right after this then? They're going to stop meeting with Putin and laying out the red carpet for our soldiers to do, which was so embarrassing.
Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements.
7 Nobel Peace Prizes, guys.
But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with the mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7
We have with the 7 wars
that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump.
Oh my! Help! Please help me, please. Oh. September 23rd, 2025. Almost 1 year down. Almost 1 year down. We almost got through it. 1 year. We got 2 more to go, and it is gonna get worse. And it will get worse. I'm telling you, it's not gonna get better. So, but this is. I need to smoke a joint while I'm listening to Trump. It'll be a little joint, Chad. I'm not gonna be gone from you for long. I will be listening though. But I'm gonna need some greenery here. I need to go and I need to sound the trumpet here. I need to do this quick. It's the day of blowing, so I have to participate. Best shofar blowing. Oh boy. You guys gonna see some best shofar blowing clips? There you go. And now you're saved. Now you're saved. Now you don't have to do anything else for the day. You're good now. You're accepted. Okay? You just heard the sound of the trumpets. Now you're protected. You got a layer of protection buff, agility buff. It's great to get through this. So he's going to tell a story about himself now on how a young man named Donald Trump came up in the real estate world. Oh boy, I wonder how this is going to go.
A real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump. I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It'd be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic.
Is he saying I'm the one that built this? I built the United Nations. Oh my God. Is that that's what he's alluding to? You wouldn't even be in this building if it weren't for me and my real estate deals.
But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong.
Holy fuck.
And the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building.
No
and
way.
Did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on terrazzo. Do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned,
you're walking on terraza. What the fuck is that? I don't know. I gotta learn how to spell this because I could type that in and something crazy could pop up. What the? Is that a carpet? Is that a? What is that? What is he talking about? Is he talking about his taste in carpet or the floors? Tell you what, Trump, if he would have been like a drape designer or interior designer person and like still would have been the same person, he probably would have had a big platform. He'd probably be like the most watched and followed like interior designer because of how crazy he is. And he could be entertaining there, but not as president, not as a world leader. This sucks, but he's very knowledgeable on interior design. Like that's interesting.
frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator.
He's still mad.
Still haven't finished the job.
Holy shit, dude. You guys woke up at 8 a.m. to listen to this?
They still haven't finished. That was years
Some
ago.
of you did?
The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed
and now the fucking escalators don't work. So we've given you all this money. I built this building. I did it. I gave you people this building, and now the escalators don't even fucking work. Can you believe that? You people.
to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion.
This is holy fuck.
Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that. But on an even...
I didn't think, I mean, you gotta give it to him. He finds new ways to attack his perceived enemies. I didn't think hitting him with "I own the building" was one of those. I designed this very building you're sitting in, or whatever. Which I'd have to research that and the development of the UN building, and I don't even know. Maybe he was. I mean, he was a real estate developer in New York during the time period, but like, how much influence did he actually have? How much did he actually put into it? Probably minimal, but I could be wrong because I don't know that, I guess.
Much bigger scale, much bigger.
I'll look that up while we're here.
Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most...
Oh, he didn't get it. Oh, I'm sorry. I misinterpret his crying. It's tough sometimes. Like when he cries, it's really tough to... No, he didn't get he lost the bid. So, okay, so the UN building was constructed in Manhattan in New York City from John D. Rockefeller. The land was donated by Rockefeller. A multinational board of design created the building's design. The team was led by American architect Wallace K. Harrison and included prominent international figures like Oscar Niemeyer, who's from Brazil, and Le Corbusier, who's from France. The construction on the Secretariat building began in 1948, and the entire complex was declared complete in 1952. The Trump role. While Trump had no role in building in the original complex, he later complained about losing a bid to renovate the building. In a 2019 UN speech, he recounted how his offer... So he's already complained about this at a former UN speech? Wow. Just repeating himself? So he's already cried about this to the UN when he was president the first time. Wow. Okay, so I got that wrong. My bad. I misinterpreted his crying. I thought that he had a hand in building it, but I didn't think, my bad. I didn't think to research the building of the UN. I didn't think of that. My bad. I'll remember that next time.
Powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man. of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran.
Really?
My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror
Really?
can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon.
Now that would actually be Russia. It would actually be Russia. It's actually Russia. It's not. It's not. Iran's definitely a problem for the Middle East, and for Israel, definitely. But the problem for the world, Europe and the U.S. is Russia and Israel too, because Israel pulls us in and we have to give them money for their shit all the time. But like that's a different type. Like in terms of global, I mean, in a way, I guess you can argue like the Zionists and Netanyahu's vision of imperialism can obviously, but like in terms of direct geopolitical threat of like countries losing their entire civilization, that's Russia. That is Russia all day long.
That's why shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to
all the nicest things he says to anyone out there is for Israel. Isn't that weird? Not weird for me, though. Not weird for me.
Recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards.
And that dude that's sitting there is like an act like that. I can't remember this dude's name specifically, but he is super ultra Zionist, super ultra Netanyahu dick suck guy.
Horrible atrocities, including October 7th, even while they refused to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, they have taken so much. This could have been solved so long ago.
Really?
But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you. Thank you. As we have got to come together, and we will come together, got to get it done. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate, immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3. Have this process. No, we want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me, and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly. as though they were alive. They want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine.
Yeah, how is that
I
going?
thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I saw,
What the
I thought
fuck?
that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But, you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides.
They're killing civilians in mass graves all over Ukraine.
Every single week.
They're hunting civilians in Kherson, which is in the south of Ukraine, and Russians are bringing in people to come fly FPV drones and target civilians with them.
From 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president.
Yeah, how many times do you think he's going to say that? I mean, he's going to say that for the next 2 years? Because that war isn't ending anytime soon. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is not ending through his term. It will continue they're just going to continue. It
was a war
until Europe develops a backbone, actually, because we don't have one. Our spine's gone. We had like a minimal spine to begin with, but until Europe actually steps in and is like, no more. We're closing the sky. We're done. We're protecting Ukraine. Like, the war is going to continue for years. It will continue.
Should have never
10 years, I think, at least.
Happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly.
A strong round of powerful tariffs, guys. That's what we're giving Ukraine, is we're going to tariff Russia, which just hurts nothing. It hurts if there's any cooked-ass Americans that do business with Russia, or any businesses that do Russian business. Okay, a tax on the companies doing work with Russia. That does nothing to help Ukraine fight the Russians, and the Russians are like, oh, okay, our oil money will make up for that, no problem.
For those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now,
oh boy,
would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures.
Absolutely not. Holy shit. Europe, you have to start using tariffs as your way of economic pressure, I guess. That doesn't do anything but hurt your own people. We're destroying small, but do not do tariffs in Europe. If you're in, like, if that's them, just stop. Please be done.
I mean, you're much closer to the city. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them. And
wow, the one good point he's made this whole time in 21 minutes so far, which that is a good point. Facts. Europe got in bed with Russia, buying their oil. Germany, fuck you talking about? So yeah, good point there. But like anyone, any that's like literally anyone else could say that. Someone that's infinitely more smarter than Trump has already said that for the past 3 years. So I'm not really going to give him credit for like the one correct thing he said now so far.
It was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. But they have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic.
Really?
Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous. To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce biological weapons convention.
Really?
Which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world.
So are you doing the biolabs conspiracy at the UN today? That's great.
By pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is, because a lot of people are saying it could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it can be put to tremendous use and tremendous good, and this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the number one political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders.
Really?
In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration.
Repeating himself.
And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them.
That's not what the UN does. That's not what the UN does.
We reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I could call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed.
No, they're talking about us.
Europe is in
he's talking about Mexico.
Serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor.
Jesus.
And it's been so changed, so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law.
Really?
But you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained.
Great replacement theory at the UN.
What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything.
With different customs and religions. But you have to be white and Christian and nationalist, or you are nothing. And people doing that. That's why I unfollowed Drew Pavlou. What a fucking loser from Australia on X that I was following for the longest. I finally had to block him because he was engaging in that. Like, Australia is becoming bro, doing shit, and other, like, people that are not from America doing the same shit. I'm seeing it on this, and it's just on X. It's mostly on X that you see the great replacement theory nonsense of immigration, and they're trying to inject that into Europe and into other countries now of what we're doing.
Where migrants have violated laws, lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25,000, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe, in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did, they repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border.
Did he say your countries? Did he say your countries are going to hell? What the heck?
Bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along.
This is Trump's rally. This is Trump's campaign speech. And what was like, there's no way he could win, because during his campaign, he would literally do this and talk about death and dead bodies and R-wording women and like definitely repeating it multiple times for the aura of it, and like engaging in political violent rhetoric the whole time. There's nothing positive of Trump's message. It is complete negative, promoting there's nothing there that is positive that comes from Trump's mouth. It's all like death and carnage and destruction.
All along the roads of jungles to get up. They go through jungles, they go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation, areas so hot.
I gotta smoke quick.
You couldn't breathe.
I need it.
Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done on the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done. And it's what
globalist migration agenda. Holy.
In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way. People don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on.
Blasting the boats without anything knowing what the boat's carrying, or are there civilians on it? The boats in Venezuela.
On the seas by Venezuela, they tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore. And we've virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill
the water drugs.
Hundreds of thousands of people.
The water drugs, you guys.
I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world.
Yeah, because the word trans is in it. That's why, right, Trump?
13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way.
Are they?
Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. And for this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists. Trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we we're doing. We have no choice. Can't let it happen. They're destroying. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named.
But like, isn't the argument that it's a tool and it's the individual? The drugs, but you can apply that argument with guns, but not drugs. People do drugs. Drugs just without doing them, they would just be there, right? Same with our stupid ass gun argument that you hear from people that are against any type of gun reform. It's the individual. It's not the gun. The person did it, not the gun. Well, the person put that fucking cocaine in their nostril, up into the brain. The person did that. Cocaine was just sitting there. Stupid arguments all around.
Renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so...
Windmills are pathetic? Wow.
Bad. So expensive to operate.
Please take the threat of trans water drugs seriously. Okay, my bad. I will.
And they have to be rebuilt all the time. And
they put the trans water drug into the Tylenol and it gives you autism.
Rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived. And
really,
it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, has a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green, and they were going bankrupt.
Really?
And the new leadership came in, and they went back to where they were with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe, and you can do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green all bankrupt. That's what it represents.
All green, all bankrupt.
It's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's a totally, after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street.
Really?
With or without you, nothing's going to happen.
Really?
My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the national...
What's his obsession with like R-wording and women? You guys notice that? He has like a obsession with that. Like all around. Like what do you mean? Like she's not going to get what? Like that he's obsessed with. And he refers to it all the time. Like nobody speaks about that topic in a disgusting manner more than Trump in our country, like publicly.
Guard and the National Guard took care of business, and they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle.
Right.
We'll walk right over there from the White House.
Yeah, we'll walk down right down Pennsylvania Avenue, and I'll be there with you. just like he told his supporters on January 6th, and then didn't go and went to his white oval, whatever room he was in. Can't remember what room it was now, that he watched it play out on the news.
They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea.
Do not walk down the middle of the street. Yeah, I think that's good advice for anybody. Please, in like a busy street, especially a busy city like Washington, D.C., never walk down the middle of the road. You're going to get run over by a car. So don't do that.
I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea. Tremendous oil. And I was with the prime minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous asset.
And we're going to help. We'll find the oil for them.
For the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible, as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 19...
Due to countries taking it seriously and implementing green policies of green energy and moving away from fossil fuels that pollute the air and then make our environment worse and then end the world because we can't breathe outside.
1989, that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back.
Oh my God, please make it stop. This is like middle school conservative brain. Like, these are the things that, like, I remember back when I was in like middle school, we talked with my other friends, because like I got to realize I was influenced by Fox News as a kid. So I only had right-wing talking points as a child to make and talk about with my friends when I would talk about it. And yeah, I did talk about it because Fox News was on in the house 24/7. Nothing else to talk about but than right-wing beliefs and opinions all the time. And all of this shit was prevalent when I was a kid. And these dumbass fucking arguments.
Years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world.
Jesus.
We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world. But then it started getting cooler. So now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change. Because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated.
No, you're the greatest con job. The climate changes. It does do that. It changes every year in multiple places, good or bad sometimes, but it's trending overall bad. Things fluctuate year to year in different parts of the world, but overall the situation is not good unless we switch to green policies with our energy. That's why people advocate for that.
On the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people.
Right, stupid people.
That have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign they had a hat. The best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true.
They had a hat. You mean you had a hat? It wasn't just like the culture created a hat, like the American culture of like just us made, oh wow, Trump was right about everything. Let's make a hat. No, it was MAGA merch, made a hat. Wow. They made a hat, you guys.
I've been right about
Holy
everything.
fuck.
And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. I'm the president of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe.
Clearly.
And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice. You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage.
You're destroying your heritage?
They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax.
Really?
Made up by people with evil intentions.
Right.
And they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know,
that's a projection, super projection for you and MAGA and your stupid cult base that follow
carbon
you.
footprint. It was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint, we must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf.
Really?
And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane and he'd fly back and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. You cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However,
That's a significant number for the carbon, the issues in the air. What do you mean? And yeah, if you work a job that is, as the times move on, okay, what about all the coal factories and shit that are shut down in the Appalachians, or the other factories that we've moved on from? There's still some coal operating, but most of them are done now. What about them? They had to figure it out. They had to figure it the fuck out. Some industry jobs what about the steamboat makers? Well, the people that made the steam engines, that's probably still developed somehow, but it isn't like the forward. It isn't like the number one development for ships. Whatever. All of these old, like during like the Industrial Revolution, and ways that things were produced and mass produced. There's not how it's done anymore. And those people that worked a job had to find a new one and figure it out. It's life. If you can't adapt, I mean, it is what it is. If you can't figure out how to apply your skills that you have labor skills, and you have labor skills, to then go into the new updated industry or whatever it is, go to school. Go back to school. Learn something new. What are we taught? It's just the dumbest argument ever, because we got to hold on because of the jobs. You got to do it slow. You can't do it quick, because yeah, you would have to factor in that they are going to lose their jobs, but it's going to happen. And we're going to move past the old fossil fuel development that's destroying the climate and killing our nation and killing the world, actually. Destroying the world, wildlife, habitat. More important than your factory job. Don't care.
For all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out, and then some, by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable.
No, he is absolutely 100% wrong about green energy. That is, you're so cooked. He is 100% wrong about green energy and that it's a scam. The only scam is the continuation of putting money into fossil fuels. That is the scam. And more money to those oil companies and shit that are trying to continue to be billionaire trillionaires. Almost trillionaire. Elon looks like he's going to be the first trillionaire we have. Isn't that fun? Isn't that great?
You have it too. But you know, we have a border strong, and we have a shape. And that
Bro, I
shape,
swear, people like literally, "Oh, Trump is right about that." It's the things that he is right about are by accident. Because you heard someone else say it. He's never been right about something on his own.
doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows.
Oh, does it?
And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where
the China air
air isn't so clean. And
it'll give you autism.
The environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that.
No,
See?
they do acknowledge that. What are you talking about? China is included in the countries that need to go green, further green. That's why they advocate for it at the UN, where China is there, sitting there. What are you even talking about? You're actually making the argument for the ones that are advocating for green policies. But you don't even know that because you're so fucking stupid.
Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean.
Wow, you're making arguments for green people. Wow, great job, Trump. And you don't even know it because you're so stupid.
And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey.
It's as if, like, when you hear the climate activists speak, they're talking about the world, which includes places like China and places around the world that contribute to it. They don't just be like, the United States is the only country. No, they never say that. It's a part of it, but it's very much focused on the global situation, and it's a global effort, and not just one country can do it.
It flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage.
Yeah, Asian garbage, guys.
Too much to do anything about. Flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco.
Just garbage.
And then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach.
Really?
The whole thing is crazy.
What? So you got the Asian garbage flowing from LA to San Francisco, but somebody will get in trouble for dropping a cig on the ground.
The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. You know,
They're not.
We have an expression, drill, baby, drill. And that's why
You have an expression. We don't.
we're doing. We're going to be much lower in a year from now. But they've
And
come
that drill baby drill is from his first term. Like, he just keeps on going.
way down over the last year. As a result, every air conditioner is like very uncommon to see one in some of these countries because the electric costs are so high. So while the U.S. has approximately 1,000...
A lot of people in Europe believe you get sick from the air conditioner. That's why. Like, that threw me off. I was like, can we please turn the fucking AC on? And they're like they literally believe that you get sick from that. So, and I think there's a type of air conditioner that can get you sick if you like literally huff it to the face, but central air does not get you sick. And a lot of people believe that. A lot of old timey Americans believe that too, like my grandma and shit. But like a lot of Europeans believe that.
1,300 heat-related deaths annually. That's a lot. Europe loses more than 175,000 people to heat deaths each year. because the costs are so expensive you can't turn on an air conditioner. What is that all about? That's not Europe. That's not the Europe that I love and know. All in the name of pretending to stop the global warming hoax. The entire globalist concept of asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on themselves and radically disrupt their entire societies must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate. That's why in America I withdrew from the fake Paris Climate Accord, where, by the way, America was paying so much more than every country.
Really?
Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay until 2030. Russia.
You said dry air filters get people sick? Yeah, for sure. You got to make sure you're changing them out. Like, I'm thankful our apartment, like, they change out the air, like, there's air filter in the kitchen, obviously. I have one there. There's one in the bathroom, and they change them out. But I have my own air filter, too. I have a big-ass Shark, big-ass tower thing that I have running in my place, and I keep the air circulated. But also, Americans know when the temperature drops, you turn your AC off, and you open your windows, obviously, and you do that. When it's hot as fuck outside, though, that sucks. You don't want to do that. You know, open your windows and then just let the hot come in. People do that though, just to like try to get some like air in, but it's just like doesn't help. I feel it though. Bills are, and everything he's saying is a lie. Like energy bills are up through the roof in the U.S. Like people are paying, like nothing is reduced in price, and things have only increased in price.
Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, a 1990 standard. But for the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things.
Clean coal.
Things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years.
Yeah.
So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. Sounds much better, doesn't it?
You can't say coal. You have to call it clean, beautiful coal, guys. Because it sounds better.
But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly
This is literally cancer. This is cancer going through this.
Exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations.
A stupid president for stupid people. That's just what it is.
But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that followed the rules, all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt, incompetent administration in history. The sleepy
Biden. Yeah, have you heard of it? I've only been talking for 50 minutes. Thank you, Sujak, for the big 100. I got to get to work. Thanks, Burke Mods and chat. You deserve a medal. Thank you so much, Sujak. I'm looking at Twitter while I'm listening to this for anything else that might have happened.
Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others, with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk. We had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this, unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us.
Really?
Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations.
Yeah,
of
they sure want to.
Achievement, and
yeah.
That together we
come to our shit now after I just shit on all of you for 50 minutes.
You all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th.
Really?
1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And
really?
It's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values really that we hold so dear together. Let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted.
Chat, some of these countries that are in this room were empires like in Jesus times, okay? And before the United States was even like a wrinkle in the UK's eye. All right, like, or anything. Like this is insane. I mean, I love my country. I'm glad we have our independence, not during this Trump administration, but like, this is such an insane thing to say when you're sitting in a room of other countries that have existed for millennium longer and were in power for a lot longer than our country. Which is crazy. It's wild.
Religion on the planet today, it's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique.
Yeah.
Unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, We stand on the shoulders of the leaders and legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our ancestors climbed mountains, conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open plains. They charged into thunderous battles, plunged into grave dangers, and they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots. They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. You're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national identities. Their visions forged our magnificent destiny. Everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the deeds and the myths, the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes and founders who so bravely showed us the way. Our ancestors gave everything for homelands that they defended with pride, with sweat, with blood, with life, and with death. Now the righteous task of protecting the nations that they built belongs to each and every one of us. So together let us uphold our sacred duty to our people and to our citizens. Let us protect their borders, ensure their safety, preserve their cultures, treasure, and traditions, and fight, fight, fight for their precious dreams and their cherished freedoms. And in friendship and really a beautiful vision, let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a planet of peace and a world that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before. That can happen. It will happen. It will happen, and I hope it can happen and start right now, right at this moment. We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, safer, more beautiful. We're going to take care of our people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
What a bunch of bullshit. What a bunch of bullshit. Wow. Well, if you woke up at 8 a.m. to listen to that, maybe don't do that and wait until we watch it. So you don't have to wake up in the morning and listen to that. Holy. I mean, what to take away from that? A bunch of conspiracy theories. I mean, I don't know. I mean, thinly veiled threats. Basically, everything he says. We have the state of play today. Oh, tomorrow. We'll be watching that tomorrow. Depending on the news. That is news, by the way. Gaming is news. Plus, you guys need entertainment through this. I'm telling you. Yeah, crazy. This is what I got for that. Here you go. It's the day of blowing. There you go. That's what I got after the Trump UN event, because that was ridiculous. That was insane. The president of peace. 7 wars ended in 7 months. Wow. There they are. The Department of State. Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, DRC and Rwanda, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan. The president of peace. 7 wars in 7 months. Didn't he say he ended 7 wars like 3 months ago? Okay, I got some bookmarks. I was looking at some stuff. Let's go here to some of these. So, by the way, Trump made a statement on Ukraine on his Truth Social. I guess we can just go look at it directly from the source. and it's got the Ukraine support community in a buzz right now. They're buzzing again. You're gonna get another Gertis post. Something is happening. Something is happening, guys. He's gonna help Ukraine now. It's a big day for the conservative Ukraine supporters that are pretend to be apolitical and try to control everybody's opinion about Ukraine, and that you couldn't criticize MAGA. So those people are like very happy about this because they love when Trump like says something positive about Ukraine, I guess. And like that feeds them. And I don't get it. But anyways, Donald Trump, after getting to know and fully understand the Ukraine-Russia military and economic situation, and after seeing the economic trouble it is causing Russia, I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form. With time, patience, and the financial support of Europe, in particular NATO, the original borders from where this war started is very much an option. Why not? Russia has been fighting aimlessly for 3.5 years, a war that should have taken a real military power, in caps, in RMP, less than a week to win. This is not distinguishing Russia. In fact, it is very much making them look like a paper tiger. When the people living in Moscow and all of the great cities, towns, and districts all throughout Russia find out what is really going on with this war, the fact that it's almost impossible for them to get gasoline through the long lines that are being formed, and all of the other things that are taking place in their war economy, where most of their money is being spent on fighting Ukraine, which is great spirit and only getting better, Ukraine would be able to take back their country in its original form and, who knows, maybe even go further than that. Like what? Like what? Putin and Russia are big economic trouble, and this is the time for Ukraine to act. In any event, I wish both countries well. We will continue to supply weapons to NATO for NATO to do what they want with them. Good luck. This big day for conservative Ukraine supporters, for your words that you love. I love when Trump says something good about Ukraine. It gets me through my day, and I can go and I'll go back and listen to David now, and I'll listen to all the people I stopped listening to because they're going to be so excited about this. Go be excited. Go ahead. You ruin yourself with it. Ruin yourself with Trump and his recency syndrome, which is what this is. So he just talked to Zelensky. Of course he's going to say good things. He does that immediately after talking with everybody. And then what happens like a day or two after, when he talks to like someone in his base that's like paid by Russia, and then he'll say something completely different. So I don't care. This is nothing to me. Anyone that's going to provide analysis of this, that's on the pro-Ukraine side, is coping. It's copium. This is nothing. Good words. Thanks. Good truth on your Truth Social. Thanks. He's done nothing. And if anything, he's taken away support to Ukraine by allowing NATO to buy weapons, which is a slower process entirely. Good luck to all. Yeah. This would be a great Gertis video, I bet. I can't wait. We'll watch it tomorrow. Gertis will glaze this. Who else? Even Dylan posted he doesn't even know what to do with this. Dylan said, what do I even say about this? There. Yeah. What am I even supposed to do with this? Nothing. I said nothing because it's been all words for 9 months and there's nothing to suggest it will change. There's nothing to hype about this. But you're going to have them. Like I already seen it. Like Kate from Kharkiv and others that fall down the same trap every time. Am I dreaming? He said that Ukraine can win. Wow. Until weapons flow into Ukraine again directly from the United States, and he takes an actual position that Russia is the enemy and not play this, I wish both countries well. He's already wrote mean tweets at Russia, or a couple. It hasn't been a lot. It's been a couple. He's already wrote mean truths at Russia, and nothing changes. Not a single thing changes. So if you're going to get your hopes up about that, I'm here to tell you not to. Stop it. Zelensky, we had a productive meeting with POTUS on the sidelines of UNGA, and I thank President Trump for this opportunity. I deeply appreciate the meeting between the first ladies of our countries, FLOTUS and Zelensky UA, to discuss the fate of Ukrainian children. Today, there was significant focus on bringing back children abducted by Russia and supporting our efforts in defense of life. We discussed several promising ideas to advance peace, and I hope they will yield prompt results. In particular, we touched upon the Pearl Initiative, which is already working well, and potential projects within this framework. I am grateful to President Trump and the strong cooperation with the United States. Mr. President clearly understands the situation and is well informed about all aspects of this war. For sure. Yuck. Definitely. He's definitely aware, Zelensky, of everything. Marco Rubio, incredible speech in the UN. He's setting the model for the free world. Strong borders and energy dominance are what make America great. Every nation must stand against unmitigated immigration disasters and fake energy conspiracies or catastrophes. Marco doesn't feel shame. He wants political power. These people give up that. Marco Rubio sold his soul. He's done. He's so cooked. So, yeah, I'm not, this is nothing. It's a truth. And then so Mehdi Hassan, not just completely flipped, but taking the most ridiculous and maximalist hawkish position of all, saying Ukraine can win back all of its territory. Wonder what JD Vance makes of it, because obviously JD Vance is against any support to Ukraine, and so is his base. Don't get it twisted. There's like a few, only a few MAGA that support Ukraine. The majority do not, because because Biden. That's why they are political pawns, and Biden supported Ukraine, so therefore they can't. And also they like Putin. They like Putin. They like the idea of Putin. They like what Putin says. They like the propaganda around Putin. They like the politics of Russia. They like that. So this is nothing. And anyone that's gonna hype it up, like, you can watch them and get excited, but you're gonna get let down again, only for the 30th time this year that he's tweeted. A page of Trump's UN speech is captured by Getty. Wow, no wonder why it looked like he was flipping his page after, like, oh, there's a pill. Oh, I didn't see the pill there. When did he pop that? He's got his energy pill or whatever. Hopefully it's not. Is it a Tylenol? No. Big ass pill. But look at the words. I didn't notice the pill. Oh, giant fucking words. So because he's so stupid, he has to have the extra strength. Words. Giant words. That's why MAGAs type in all caps, because they can see the words better. One of the key Mussolini slogans was "The deuce is always right." They're not going to simply bend the knee to Donald Trump's. Okay. But you do. So, weak ass Democratic Party. It's too easy to debunk this. Oh, the Tylenol thing. Yep. Autism was identified, I think, when was autism? 1911. Okay, it wasn't until 1943 that autism was recognized as a distinct condition. Okay. And was Tylenol invented? Wow, 1955. So you're telling me that how does Tylenol come out after autism came out? But it's the cause of autism? It's like, that's wild. How does that happen? Okay. It wasn't until the 1950s that researchers highlighted its safety as an alternative to aspirin, leading to widespread adoption of the Tylenol brand. But we already had people with autism, though. How is that possible? According to Trump, Tylenol and acetaminophen is the cause of autism. It's been more than 50 years since Leo Kanner first described his classic autistic syndrome. Wild. Wild Trump. Another day, another rapture day of Trump. You got people standing outside of Jimmy Kimmel. You got Jimmy Kimmel coming back on air. You can just watch live outside of Jimmy Kimmel. Anything else happened today besides that UN speech and the rapture? Oh well, let's listen to MAGA Cope. I hope the South Park guys are doing some soul searching right now. They stayed quiet for 4 years about the absolute clown show that was Joe Biden. Yet the two biggest people they've demonized, Trump and Charlie Kirk, were both shot. I wonder if they realize they're part of the problem. From DC Drano. Rogan O'Hanley. South Park did it. I found another one too. This is how MAGA is acting. They're acting like Karen, a bunch of white nationalist Karens. So Johnny MAGA, another prominent MAGA account on this dog shit. In all seriousness, if the stopped escalator was an act of sabotage, whoever is responsible must be severely punished. Melania lost her balance and had to quickly grab the rails. The president and first lady could have fallen and been injured. Like they've become cucks. It's a cult. Could have been injured, guys. They've literally become worse than any type of random social media user, social justice warrior could ever imagine. They were like, we're going to take social justice warriors and become social justice demigods. This is so like, this is what is this? To arrest them is our real test. To deport them is our cause. Benny Johnson farted today. In the Russian aisle. The one that had FCC Brendan Carr. Right wing Coat posted it. It's news, I guess. You know, I just want to make sure you guys see what's going on out here. Also, Benny Johnson, breaking MAGA pundit Benny Johnson reportedly furious after Bonnie Blue stole his idea of having sex with 1,000 men in 24 hours. I didn't write it. You know, it's just news that's out there. You know, in case you guys didn't know. Furious. Trump now says Ukraine will take back all of its land and maybe take some of Russia too. Could probably, honestly, if this isn't going to happen, this would literally be the only thing that would be like, oh God, Trump is doing so good. And I think he's doing that on purpose to keep the moderate conservatives, give them like a snack. And that's what this is. This is a snack for moderate conservatives that support Ukraine. For Trump makes me so mad, but he writes good truths about Ukraine, and I like that. It's like a Scooby snack. It's keeping you involved every couple months. And then you're gonna have all the Ukraine creators make videos, and then everyone's gonna circle jerk each other, and then you're gonna get upset again. Come and take it.
We have a lot of meetings scheduled today, going pretty late into the night, but this is an important one, and we have great respect for the fight that Ukraine is putting up. It's pretty amazing, actually. The biggest progress is that the Russian economy is terrible right now. It's, as you know, it's crashing, and
it's been doing that.
That, frankly, Ukraine is doing a very good job of stopping this very large army.
They've been doing that. Yep, they've been doing that. They've been doing that even when you were lying about it. They were doing that when you lost the presidency and Biden was president, and Ukraine did that by themselves.
A war that should have ended in 3 days, 4 days. People said it was going to be very quick, and you got to hand it to the Ukrainian soldiers and everybody involved. It's still going on, and that's not a good thing for Russia. This was supposed to be quick, and so, Russia doesn't look very distinguished, having taken 3.5 years now, right? It's about 3.5 years.
Yeah, Russia doesn't look distinguished because they failed in their imperialism. But if Russia would have succeeded and occupied Ukraine in 3 days, boy, what a powerhouse. Boy, what an absolute goated country if they would have dominated Ukraine in 3 days. But because they didn't, weak. That's the argument he's making. But yet, again, people are going to cook off of this and be like, oh, God, he's helping Ukraine. I would love to see what David... Let's do it. Let's go to all the Ukraine coping accounts. I know all of them now. Oh, he's doing a space on it. Oh, he's doing a space. You're reposting Gabe, who is the biggest, what is happening? Does he... And Visegrad 24? Let's listen to the cope. It's sad. It's sad. Oh, we got Trent to link. Trent is in there. Oh boy. Let's hear the Ukraine cope community.
All right. So as of right now, I've got Mark Owen, Mark R, Owen P, Mark V. Thank you so much. Martha Y, Lucas N, Brian T, William N, Anders N, Niles W, Ashley B, Margaret R, Tim M. Thank you so much. And these are the start of the fuel and water cans. And like I said, we're going to be doing them for about a month. They're $30 a piece. Liberty Ukraine's going to come pick them up and get them. And they're in high demand. So if you want to donate, please go over to my profile, and the PayPal link is there. TW sucks 59 at fucking whatever.
What? Isn't that important?
But yeah.
Inquiring minds want to know, David, will you be watching Kimmel tonight?
Why wouldn't you tell them the proper donation?
He's actually not going to be on. It's going to be he's going to have somebody else there.
This is David's content. I've never actually listened. I've never actually listened.
No, as soon as I sign off here, I'm going to go check on chickens and goats, fly around the drone for a little bit. I got the fishing line lure kit, so I got to figure out how to put that on there, so I can drop fishing line and feed to the birds, and
not much to talk about.
And then I'm going to go do a pay for view and watch
The
Naked Gun. I haven't seen it yet because the wife is out of town. The wife's partying in New Orleans. So
okay, so that's David's content, I guess. Never listened, but there it is. If you can find quality in there, let me know. Quality people probably pop in that are good with the fundraising, but beyond that, brother, what is that? Nothing much to talk about, clearly. No excitement around that. No excitement at all. I don't know what's gotten into Trump, but I like it. Oh my God. Okay, sure. Have fun. Right, or what does Trump say it? Good luck. Good luck to all. That's what I say. That's what I give back. Care more about the people that are fundraising still and are doing that more so than influencers. Influencers around Ukraine are done. There is no influencing anymore. It's people that are still engaged in helping and doing fundraising. That's who you support. That's who you listen to. Or those that are like reporting at the front lines. That's it. The only value you get from Ukraine information is people at the front lines talking to soldiers like Dylan Burns and people like him, or people that are engaged in the day-to-day fundraising of like what's needed at the grassroots level for Ukraine soldiers. Everything else is garbage. Or you can, or nothing, or a bunch of bullshit. Or let's listen to David talk about his nightly plans, I guess. But that's a niche, though. That's why I had to get out of it, because it's a niche. You know, this shit's nothing. You want to be able to do more than that. Like that, like a shout out like Dylan. Dylan Burns is killing it. Like Preston Stewart are the people that can like engage in more than just that. And then you oh man, so many other people like David helped Trump win in 2024. Helped him win. And you do that by only putting, like, you're not like, if you're an influencer, you do have to show the both sides of it. You have to, if you're like influencing Ukraine, which I did, by the way. That's why I got involved in going to Congress and talking, because I was tired of Biden and Biden's policies on Ukraine that were so slow and so delayed, and the long range weapons took forever, and it was pissing everybody off. And valid concerns there. The opposite is what we're living through now, and that was so clear too. So it was like a nuance that you had to pay attention to, where Biden was not good enough, but the opposite would be literally nothing to support Ukraine, which is what we're living through now. So if you're being honest, which David wasn't and others weren't, they were criticizing Jake Sullivan and Biden for all day long, which that's fine. You can cook on that, and people did, and it's valid because Biden wasn't helping Ukraine enough. But none of them told the facts about Trump or MAGA, or if anything, they would report on MAGA and Biden, or excuse me, MAGA and Trump in a good light. Like, oh, they could help. Oh, that's such a better idea. Trump will help Ukraine. Maybe. You have been blocked following this account. Newtown fell. The bunny ears is done. Like, David spent the entire Biden presidency, which again, you can, that's why he was able to do it, because there's valid criticisms of Biden when it came to Ukraine, but there was no like honesty of the entire political situation. And just because the energy was focused on the Republicans that were delaying aid to Ukraine, which they were, doesn't make that biased, because obviously I had criticisms of the Republicans during the whole time, because they were delaying the aid in the Congress to even help Ukraine because Trump told them to. From the shadows. And every single Ukraine, or excuse me, where is my map now? Every single MAGA influencer when it came to Ukraine was lying about it. Was lying about Ukraine the whole time. Where are these bunny ears? Is that the bunny ears? Why is he... Okay. Copium. There you go. This is what I got for you guys. Take 2 and release the Epstein files. Take 2. That's what I got. Jimmy Kimmel's on. What time is Jimmy Kimmel come on? I won't watch him live. It'll be the YouTube video. Let me see. Here are the cities that won't be able to watch Jimmy Kimmel. Okay, you can watch it on YouTube. Who watches cable TV? Honestly, still, please. You're like a rare. Like, I don't have a single tattoo. I know I'm rare at this point. It's like people that still have cable. Who has it still? I would like to know. How does that happen? You saw that Willie OAM the other day crying for CK, and I knew he was a fake. We clocked Willie OAM 2 years ago. Oh yeah, most of the. Oh yeah, You have to tolerate them though. That's what it is. You have to tolerate them because they support Ukraine. And that's the game we've had to play for 3 fucking years. And I stopped playing it, and that's why I'm what I am, and I don't give a fuck. You do? Dang. Yeah, Todd, we gotta maybe have an interview and to ask about your experience with cable TV. What is that like still? What you watch the commercials or what? Are the commercials good? The only time I watched cable TV would be I watch YouTube TV for the NFL and Red Zone. I'm trying to think when we watch cable TV. Like what we watch the news through clips. We don't sit and just watch the programming and the commercials and shit. Boy, it's been a long time since I've actually sat down and watched TV. What's that like? Is that like now? I mean, football comes on. I guess if I go to my parents' house, so they have football on, or they'll have sports on, and that's cable still. But that's I don't know. MLB will use robot empires. No way. You have cable. You don't have cable or a tattoo. I don't think MLB what? If baseball hasn't fallen already from now, this is my favorite sport growing up. That's why I still play softball, because it still gives that a little bit of the foundation of it, but obviously different because it's slow pitch softball. Holy fuck, I have no interest in the Major League Baseball at all anymore, which is so wild because I was a diehard Twins fan. I love the Twins. Joe Nathan was my favorite. I mimicked his pitching motion. I was a pitcher in baseball, and I used his same. I watched him. That's wild, dude. Kirk needs a tattoo. I'm good, actually. I'm afraid of needles. MLB will use robot empires in 2026, guys. Holy. Robot umpires are getting called up to the big leagues next season. Well, bad day for diehard MLB fans still, which I can't claim to be one anymore. I like going to games in person. I'll always love going to a baseball game in person. Those are super fun. And for me, relaxing, the vibe, I like that. I'm watching it though, nope. Way too many games. Just like the NBA. Way too many games. How do you keep up with it? I don't know, man. I don't honestly I don't know what's going on in baseball for sports until October. Which is fine. That's when the playoffs and shit start. Oh, well, we're in our sports section. Might as well look up our weekend fantasy. For our fantasy football leagues we have. First inaugural season. Where's my teams? The collusion league. Where are my teams? Am I not, hold on. Fantasy football. There we go. Okay, we have 2 leagues in the Renegades League, which you can join the Discord and plug into some more stuff that's happening in the background. And it is what it is. We started this league and doing shit before Jimmy Kimmel was canceled, and it is what it is. I know ESPN's connected to Disney. What do you want me to do? We'll pick a different fantasy app, but it's too late. We can't undo it now. The league is already set. We have our teams. We can't quit. It just doesn't work that way. So next year we'll have probably a different fantasy outside of ESPN. But this is what we got for now. Okay. Yeah, let's go through both leagues really quick and what we got. So, I mean, it is what it is. I'm in first place in the Blackout League. 3-0. 3-0. I mean, it is what it is. Okay. This is the standings. You got me in first, Green Bull Packers in second. We're the only undefeated teams left. Danky's team is in third at 2-1. You got Kylie's Steamboat Blitz in fourth. Mrs. Darth Vader's in fifth. The Insane Underdogs, who started undefeated, played me this week and found out. Okay. It was undefeated, Steve, going into the week, and then ran into the Guru. And look what happened. Lamar Jackson, boy, cheat code player. Okay, so Steve's 2-1. KGS Luxury Squad is in seventh. You got Timmy's Tokers in eighth. You got the Hammers, and Nails, right? Nukes. The Hammers, and Nukes in ninth. You got Nell in 10th. You got Wake Baker and Anne Marie still looking for their first win of the season, holding it at 0-3. Okay, so that's the standings as of today in the Renegades Blackout League. There we go. There's some of the season stats for points scored, and it kind of matches up almost how the standings are, except for KGS Luxury Squad is high scoring, but is in 7th. So you just played some tough teams already. Okay, let's look at the scoreboard really quick again. I'm playing Nell this week. So going into this week, I'm playing against Nell in this league. I got 123 projected. Nell has 111. Okay. I got Jordan Addison back this week and hopefully Godwin. So those are two starting receivers I'm getting back, which I have. Jamar Chase's, I don't know what's going on with the Bengals are so cooked. Devontae Smith finally had a good game, so Eagles receivers finally did well, which that's been rare. I had a good week though. We went crazy. We had a good week of fantasy overall. So that's that league, and I'm not doing as good in the other league though. Here's the playoff bracket really quick in the Blackout League with everybody. So projection right now, if this were the playoffs, which it's not, it's a long way to go. You got me versus Timmy, Darth Vader and Kylie Steamboat, Insane Underdogs, and the Dankies team, KGS Luxury Squad, Green Bowl Packers. And then the consolation, which you got to be in the top 8 to make the playoffs. The consolation is looking like Nell and DeHammer, Ann, and Wake Baker. Those are the 4 teams that would be cut off from the playoffs if we were to start today. All right, Gold Rush League. I'm not doing as well on this one, but I got a big win against the number 1 team in the league, which was Holly's team. Dropped a smooth 156 points. Needed it. Needed that. Vikings defense scored 32 points for me this week. What the heck? I got Jalen Hurts. I mean, it was a good matchup. Good matchup. Jalen Hurts, Gibbs, Javonte Williams, which Dallas is so sus. I lost CeeDee Lamb in my main league. I don't know what to do with Breece Hall yet. He's so mid. But I got Godwin and Addison. I draft similar as like I don't try to make my teams different. Like that's lame. I mean, people like that so they get variety, but I'm trying to win, bro. I don't care if my teams are the same. I don't care if I have the same players on multiple teams. That I drafted them for a reason. I'm not trying to make it different, like whatever. But my team is going to start cooking because I got Trey Benson on the bench. I have 4 players that could start on any team, which is Jordan Addison, Godwin, ETN, and Trey Benson, who is now the starting running back in Arizona because Connor went down. I got Joe Burrow. He's out, obviously, and then Kittle will come back. I picked up Ertz, though, so he's a good tight end for now. But I got the W. Ilex Holly was 2-0. I'm 1-2 in this league, though. That was my first win. This is a tough league right here. This is probably the hardest league I'm in of all of them, to be honest, even my big money leagues. Ilex Stinky Losers in first still, even with the loss at 2-1. Wolf Fork on a first date in second, 2-1. Lou Wolf, 2. Look how many teams are 2-1. Half the league is 2-win teams. So a little different than the other one. Okay, it's a tough one. You got all these teams are tied for first because they're all 2-1. Lil Wolf, Portsmouth Dreadnoughts. Let me see your TDs in fifth. They're all 2-1. Tevo's team is 2-1. Tevo got a win last week. The Montana Turd Nuggets. He went against Bama Nation, won 104-100, which Tebow has a decent team actually. And he didn't know. It was so funny. He's from Finland and he doesn't watch NFL football, but we got him to come play. And he was literally just like randomly like, I'm just gonna draft this guy, and he's doing well, tied for first with everyone else. And then there's the rest of us here, okay, which I didn't start too well in this league, which I'm 1-2, and then Bama Nation at 1-2, Tyrell Corp Replicants 1-2, Boodles team 1-2, and then you got the lone Chuck's House of Cards is the lone 0-3 team. Tough with Russell Wilson getting benched. You better fix that. Russell Wilson's no longer the starting quarterback in New York Giants. It's Jackson Dart. But good team though. Saquon, J.K. Dobbins, Nico Collins, Marvin Harrison's fell off because I don't know. He's not doing well in with Arizona. But good team though. But you gotta just make some moves, turn it around. Amarian Hampton should be your starting running back or your flex. I would do that first. Starting Khalil Shakir over Amarian Hampton. I don't know what's going on there. Probably Devontae Smith over Marvin Harrison. You got CJ Stroud, so he's your quarterback now. Okay, well, you can turn that around, Charles. You can turn that 0-3 around. You got a good team. Okay, and then let me see here. Let me just go to... Again, these are all people in our community. It's not just random shit that you guys are like, why are you showing us this? This is everyone that's a part of the Renegades and my YouTube community and Facebook and everything else. So it's not just completely random. And I did say we were going to do a weekly sports segment with the Fantasy Football League. So if it were to happen today, playoffs, I make the playoffs barely. Okay, I barely make the playoffs. In one league, I'm the number 1 seed. In this league, I'm the 8th seed. So barely hanging on. But Holly, Ilex, and myself, then it's Let Me See Your TDs and Portsmouth Dreadnoughts, the Montana Turd Nuggets and Lou Wolf, Matthew's Monstrous Team, and Will Fork on a First Date, rounding off the playoffs if it were to happen today, but way too soon. Only week 3. There's a lot of weeks to go. That's going to change. And then Consolation Ladder, Tyrell Corp Replicants, Bama Nation, Chuck's House of Cards, and Boodles Team. And so the only thing that's holding me over Tyrell Corp Replicants, Bama Nation, and Boodles Team, because we all have the same record, is going to be the points scored. Because look at this shit. I have the most points scored in the whole league. I have 400 points scored, more than the second highest, which is Holly, and she has 383. And I'm down here in 8th place. That's how fantasy football works, though. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. You can have the highest score in the whole league and have the most points and not make the playoffs because your team came up short during matchups. But that's how it goes. So I'm not too worried. I know my team will turn it around. I don't see us being in 8th place for too long in this league, but it's a tough league. A lot of people have really good teams. Like everyone has a good team in this league. And that'll help me kind of adjust next year and make sure people that don't know what they're doing and newer to fantasy, I'll make sure that it's more balanced, because in one league we got a lot of new people that have never done fantasy football before, and then this league is mostly experienced people with 1 or 2 people that have never played. I think I think just one person in this league has never played, but in the other league we got 3 or 4. So I'll try to balance that next year, but I just had no idea how it was going to all play out. All right. That's your sports update for our Renegades community in fantasy football. That's what I got for you there. Really quick, what else? You guys said he posted something? Oh boy.
So Donald Trump just said that Ukraine will win or can win, or, well, he said, I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form.
I was going to be done, but hold on.
What? We're hearing what now? Okay, yeah, he just said it. So I'm going to try to go through this, and we'll see if it's just hot air or if we twisted it or what. You'll see everything. Let's start here. Zelensky lands in New York for the UN General Conference. First Lady and the delegation have arrived in New York for the UN General Assembly. And he said he's going to be at 20 different meetings trying to secure this kind of support and that kind of support and all kinds of things, right? Now, in his New York program, he'll address the UN General Assembly, speak at the United Nations Security Council on Russia's war, and join the coalition with Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew. Now, that is the head of the Greek Orthodox Church. Ecumenical leader is, our ecumenical patriarch is Bartholomew. Now, this church is headed by Kirill. They want to say church for those reasons. Slava Ukraine, he says. That is what the ecumenical patriarch says to Zelensky. Okay. Ukraine is preparing for the possibility that in its war against Russia, it will have to rely more on its own strength.
Why don't you just use the Reuters report and not a social media account reposting the Reuters report?
And then on support from allies.
That's why I can't do most of these content creators, guys, because they literally use just X as their source. X users, instead of like going to Reuters or using the source that's literally tagged here.
Parts of its allied assistance in Europe. It looks like it's been looking very dark, right? And then we start with Trump's speech, which was a rambling hour-long something, and Trump's teleprompter goes out during his visit to the UN General Assembly.
Okay.
Pretty bad. And then he meets with Zelensky, and I'll show you the meeting with Zelensky in just a bit and what he said about downing drones.
You're not a big Gertis fan? I tolerate him on Greg's channel because he doesn't say much? Because it's mostly Greg and Johnny, and Gertis is just kind of there? That's why.
It's incredible. And then this.
I've seen how it goes. Greg and Johnny do all the heavy lifting, and Gertis is just kind of there to be I don't know, a face and a YouTube channel with numbers on it. Gotta be it.
To know and fully understand the Ukraine-Russia military and economic situation, and after seeing the economic trouble it is causing Russia.
Yeah, we just covered that, Christopher. Yep, just talked about it before the fantasy football breakdown.
I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win. All to win.
Why are you highlighting the tweet and then using like what?
All of Ukraine back in its original form with time, patience, and the financial support of Europe, and in particular NATO, the original borders from.
I appreciate that though, Christopher.
Listen to this.
Thank you for letting us know.
Original borders from where this war started. It is very much an option.
I was going to be done. So if people already left it, it's fine. I wasn't expecting him to put a video up right away.
Why not? Russia has been fighting aimlessly for 3.5 years. A war. Now this kind of almost sounds like it's denigrating. A war that should have taken a real military power less than a week to win. Okay, so that's not really the kindest remark, but nonetheless, in context, this is not distinguishing Russia. In fact, it is very much making them look like Russia's looking like a paper tiger, Trump says. Look like a paper tiger. When the people living in Moscow and all of the great cities, towns, and districts all throughout Russia find out what is really going on with this war, the fact that it's almost impossible, it's almost impossible for them to get gasoline through the long lines that are being formed and all the other things that are taking place in their war economy, where most of their money is being spent on fighting Ukraine, which has great spirit. Okay, like he's just being complimentary to Ukraine, saying they can win back to the original borders. It shouldn't have taken Russia this long. They can't get any traction. They're on a war economy and they can't get gasoline. Only getting better. With great spirit and only getting better. Ukraine is only getting better. Ukraine would be able to take back their country in its original form. And who knows, maybe even go further than that. Like what, I mean, it almost seems like Trump's bipolar here. And even go further than that. Putin and Russia.
You're just having that vision. It seems like Trump is bipolar here. Gertis, September 23rd, 2025. Wow. Profound.
Russia are in big economic trouble, and this is a time for Ukraine to act. Okay. In any event, I wish both countries well. We continue to supply weapons to NATO and for NATO to do what they want with them.
Okay. Analysis. What's your analysis?
All Donald Trump, president of the United States of
America. Okay. Analysis now.
I mean, I don't think you tell me if you've seen, now, again, I caution you. You
tell me if you've seen
always caution.
We have.
Watch Trump's words, not Trump's actions. But have you seen this powerful of a statement before?
Watch his words and not his actions. What do you do when most of the time there's no words and no actions? Watch his words and not his actions. What a piece of advice.
From Trump. Now, with that, let's look at this. Today, Trump is on the right side of history, says St. Javelin. Here is...
I love St. Javelin. Good merch. Good merch. Not a source. Not a source of anything. Good Ukraine fundraising, though. Got to give him credit for that. Kyiv Post. Rag journalism. Dog shit journalism at Kyiv Post.
The Kyiv Post. Zelensky says that Trump now believes in the possibility of Ukraine reclaiming all of its territory and Zelensky called Trump a potential game changer. Let's listen to this.
Trump is a game changer by himself if he will be sure in Ukraine, and I think that he is more close now to this situation, and that's why and between us only Trump can. For today, we know some not too much players in the world who can be game changers.
Yeah. Trump can be a game changer. He's closer now than he's ever been.
He's closer now than he's ever been.
Understands things like he didn't before. The thing that keyed in for me was when they're in this meeting. So this is Macron and Trump, but there was one with Zelensky and Trump was very cordial and said, "Oh, go ahead and tell them," and told them about yeah, we bagged 1,000 POWs or something like that. Okay, so I'm not going to get ahead of myself here. Trump admitted his ties with Putin.
He's so excited. So excited.
Meant nothing.
God, I can finally tell my lib audience something good Trump did.
I thought he had this great relationship. Listen to Trump talk when he's meeting with Macron.
Ukraine and Russia situation, but we've settled. I thought that was going to be the easiest one because of my relationship with Putin, but unfortunately that's it.
He said that at the UN assembly. He said that. If you listen to his speech, he's literally said this in the UN.
Relationship didn't mean anything, unfortunately.
That relationship with Putin didn't mean anything, unfortunately, Trump says. He admits that. Okay, today, Igor Shushko, today President Trump said what the prior U.S. presidents and current prior NATO Secretary General...
Another account that posts misinformation still. On the side of Ukraine, but another account that just pushes garbage sometimes. Not all the time. Engages in it, though.
Refuse to ever say. That's right. They refuse to ever say this. Ukraine should fight and win against Russia to liberate all of its occupied land. That is what he said. Okay, now.
Lying. That's what he said. Trump said it. He's lying. Restore Ukraine's territorial integrity to its original borders has been the take of all Western countries since Russia invaded Ukraine. Trump is lying, and then you're having Igor Shushko, who is a grifter. He's a grifter. Grifter account that Gertis, just like when he promoted Gad Sad on Gertis's fucking channel. When Gertis was like, look what Gad Sad had to say, who's a Nazi. Gad Sad is. They're promoting this guy. Looks like a Muppet. Looks like a Muppet character. Anyways. It's not a First Amendment issue, of course. That's the guy Gertis promoted in his videos.
Occupied land. That is what he said. Okay, now.
That's what he said. He said it. Igor Shushko reposted it, so it must be true.
Okay, let's just listen. I don't want to sound so grim about a statement that had it come on January 20th or any time before that would have been cause for celebration. But Trump has talked tough many times, if never criticized Putin. But the list of actions show a steady decline of support for Ukraine. Okay, and again, I'm telling you to believe his actions, not just his words. But these words are really further than he's ever.
Now you're saying believe his actions and not his words. Earlier you said believe his words and not his actions. Very confusing on the Gertis channel.
Been, in my estimation. Tell me if I'm wrong. Put that in the comments below. Okay.
What about your book?
Reporter.
That he's got to put in every single one of his videos.
Now, this was the one that got my attention, and I went, whoa, I perked up and was like, that's really different. Do you think that NATO countries should shoot down Russian aircraft if they enter their airspace? Yes, I do. Listen to this.
Do you think that NATO countries should shoot down Russian aircraft if they enter their airspace?
Yes, I do.
Without hesitating, yes, I do. And then they qualified.
Would you back up NATO allies? You said that you thought that they should shoot down the Russian aircraft. Would you back them up? Would the United States help them out in some way?
Depends on the circumstance, but, you know, we're very strong toward NATO.
We're very strong toward NATO. Now, it was
say what you need to say what you need to say, and then when he goes back to the Oval Office, he's gonna just reverse everything that we've only lived through now for 9 months. But you got people like Gertis and others like him that will hype this, and they're gonna get so excited in the pro-Ukraine community that just wants Ukraine to win so hard, and then you're just waiting for some good news because there's nothing good for in terms of like American support to Ukraine. And this guy's gonna cook on you, and people like Gertis
was in this
they're gonna get your hopes up.
Time or the same press conference where the two of them were together that you saw Trump like being almost deferential to Zelensky, saying go ahead and tell him about this success. So Zelensky came with a big success in his pockets about capturing some territory and rolling the Russians back, and I think that may be what's pushing Trump that way. Nevertheless, is this what's happening? Is it going to be a Charlie Brown being tricked again by Lucy and taking the football away? I don't know.
You don't know? You don't know. Profound analysis. Profound. We only have the 9 months he's been president, including when he said he was going to end the war in 24 hours to tell us that nothing is going to happen. Oh, we don't know. Wait, I want to wait and see. Come on, come watch my channel. I'll tell you how Ukraine, they're going to win and Trump's going to help them. Come on, my conservatives that they're looking for something. Something. Give me your money. Buy my book.
I just don't know what's going to happen, but I'm showing you everything that's going on here.
Right.
Okay.
You're showing us Twitter. You're showing Twitter users make takes. That's what you're showing.
So Trump siding with Putin so far has been just devastating for the U.S. economy. Germany, other news, Germany's $80 billion rearmament plan sidelines U.S. weapons because Trump has been so wishy-washy about some things with the military.
Wishy-washy about some things with the military. And profound
military support. So Germany's not planning to go down that.
Yeah, why don't you be honest about that? And Trump cut off all military support to Ukraine and is forcing Europe to buy the weapons instead. And it's going to take significantly longer for any support to go to Ukraine that's meaningful. Why don't you say that instead, Gertis?
Path. But the U.S. Congress, well, they're looking at something here. I talked about this the other day. A new bipartisan bill in the U.S. Senate targets Russia's frozen assets. The act would move $5 billion, and again, this isn't a lot, but $5 billion of Moscow's funds held in the U.S. into an interest-bearing account with at least $250 million repurposed for Ukraine every 90 days. Okay, so what does that mean? In a year, that's $1 billion. That's not a lot, but it's still something that is actually moving the right direction, helping Ukraine.
Guys, I'm here to tell you that that's going nowhere. And unless I'm waiting to hear from the Action Summit that's coming up, and I'm not going. But every Action Summit, we've tried to advocate for Russians' frozen assets to be given to Ukraine, and it hasn't. So hopefully. That wasn't even one of the issues we were talking about at the last Action Summit in the spring, We were like, can we please get one sanction on Russia? That's what we advocated for. 2023, 2024, it was weapons. F-16 pilot training expedited. Long-range weapons, get that approved. That's what we were lobbying for and advocating for in the Congress. As well as the frozen assets. Spring 2025, we please sanction Russia somewhere. Please, something must be sanctioned. We have to do it. And obviously nothing. That's the only issue we had to advocate for in September, or in spring. We'll see if it's different after we hear about how the Action Summit went in the fall here, coming up in October.
With what, with that, the money from the oligarchs that's tied up. Okay. Yesterday, what did Putin talk about? Putin talked about, Russian President Putin announced on September 22nd that Russia will adhere to the new Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. He also went on this rant blaming the West for undermining U.S. Arms cooperation. Putin was attempting to pressure the Trump administration to engage in arms control. Something to do with what was going on, with why Trump's position had changed. I don't know, but that's what Putin was doing yesterday. Meanwhile, last night, what was going on was that the Ukrainians were bombing's not the right word, sending drones to attack Moscow. We're not sure exactly why. Are they trying to figure out where their air defense artillery was? Were they trying to waste the air defense? Were they trying to relocate air defense? But the residents of Moscow, there are 3 explosions in the southwest. I can confirm the metro station was very loud, as it was outside the Moscow ring road. It was right over my head. There was not a lot of real damage that I saw. I mean, I saw a little bit, a lot of damage. I think the intent was to actually smoke out air defense or make them use air defense or something. It was like what the Russians were doing to the Poles the other day is what was going on. Okay. And with that, Putin installed his, so the Putin administration is showing itself to be more and more insular. So Putin, I saw this, installed his trust Russian official because it's half the world over 4 going. Elsewhere in Russia, Russian state-sponsored media claimed that half the world, over 4 billion, watched the Moscow Song Contest, while they actually just meant the population of participating countries was 4 billion. That is, TASS falsely claimed that 4 billion people watched its Eurovision Song Contest rival.
There's also a thing, too, that conservatives got comfortable with in disproving Russian propaganda. It's nothing. It's so useless. It's useless work. Honestly, it goes nowhere. It's nothing. You get nothing out of it. I give no points for if you choose just to disprove Russian propaganda all day. That was useful in 2022 until we realized all they do is recycle it over and over again. So you're just fighting against the same arguments over and over and over again. Instead, we have a problem in the United States that Americans are regurgitating the Russian propaganda and are using it, and you should be criticizing them. And, the Russians are going to use their propaganda and do that. That's their whole thing. And, it's dumb. I'm going to sit and get mad. That's what killed NAFO. NAFO was built to just combat Russian propaganda until the Russian propaganda just kept repeating itself over and over again, and people lost interest. Because are you going to keep repeating yourself, disproving the same thing you already did 3 months ago, and now it's back and it's all a different style of argument, but still the same thing? It's designed for that. It's designed to tire you out. So don't even engage with it. You can do it through learning it from the source, I guess. You learn it once. That's all you need. Learn it once from who it comes from. So watch Solovov, or you watch Simonian, or you watch the other Russian TV. You get the idea of it, and then you realize, oh boy, this strategy is being employed in my country. This propaganda strategy of media and fraud is being employed in my country, and it's coming from MAGA and Donald Trump. But people like Gertis, I don't see the fraud. I don't see anything or any issues with Trump. But yet they have all day long to call out the Russian fraud and shit as if that's paying the American propagandist on the MAGA side to lie and do the same shit in our country. This is
vision, when really what they 4 billion not is over exaggerated. Iran and Russia are signing an agreement this week to build nuclear power plant under bilateral. What could go wrong there, right? A firefighter who suffered severe burns
Well, what
on
could
his
go
legs
wrong?
in the course of extinguishing a fire. Are looking that up. They're awarding him a bicycle. So this is interesting, but bureaucracy means that those weapons can't reach NATO allies. Those NATO allies desperately need them. This is $150 billion in partnerships outside the country at this time, and they're Western allies. However, bureaucratic barriers block access to the 150 billion, the weapons themselves if they build them. But if they have excess capacity and can sell them and then use that money to allocate to wherever they need to allocate, you want them to be able to do that as well. Ukrainian defense companies face an absurd situation. They can build more weapons than their government can afford, but export rules won't let them sell surplus to NATO allies scrambling for exactly these battle-tested weapons. Think about things like for drone defense, right? Economic Security Council found that Ukrainian companies operating at 55% capacity while European defense ministers publicly seek production partnerships. 55% capacity. This is tremendously good news, although it's mired in bureaucracy right now. They have a lot of capacity that they can build yet and use or sell. Ukraine must balance the risk of critical assets leaving the country against isolating its defense industry. Companies can't scale up without export revenue and generate more tax.
Yeah, do you know what was alleviating that? Giving weapons. In which still you're giving the money, we had to approve money and weapons were going, old weapon systems, but we were paying ourselves back to fill our stocks with new weapons. And that was the strat. We have old, out-of-date weapon systems that we were giving to Ukraine. And that's what else are they used for? They're weapons of their war. They use them in war. You use them to for parades, old Humvees, old weapons. We were giving them to Ukraine. That's where they should have gone. That's where all of our outdated shit should go because Ukraine uses them. Russians are fighting with World War II rifles. Russians are out there on a donkey. They're out there it's like World War I modernized, like modern warfare, World War I, like cyberpunk World War I. That's what it is. Okay, but they're out there. Russians are equipped as if it's World War I. They don't have shit. So it was far better when we were giving Ukraine weapons to fight with, and they were old still, definitely old, nothing really that modern. We had some modern weapons go, like the Patriot defense system, which is getting old now, but it's still great. Still use it. You got the HIMARS system, fire, that's good. Some of the MRAPs, they're outdated now, but we still use them because we haven't updated all the MRAPs. Just some of them have been updated and modernized or newer versions. But beyond that, it was like little bits of those. Most of the weapons are old, like from Cold War or older or Vietnam or old shit. And then we would pay up to 90%, almost 90% of what we were giving in the aid bills to Ukraine. We were paying ourselves back. We were giving ourselves money for our industries to backfill any of the stocks that were getting taken out because we were giving Ukraine weapon systems, which some guard units, reserve units rely on those because they don't have shit else. They didn't get funding. Some states, National Guards are hurt. They haven't done shit. We got our Minnesota National Guard's well equipped. Like they are well funded and well equipped. So didn't have to worry about whenever the Minnesota National Guard was attached. And this is like when I was active duty. And you see the differences of like active duty and reserves and guard and their funding. The guard usually has good funding. The reserves doesn't. So you'd have some reserves come in from states and they would have nothing. We'd have to give them some of our stuff because they didn't have equipment for training or whatever that were attached to us. Or we had to share because they didn't have the equipment. They got tasked to do this training. And yeah, that's just how it works. Inside Paris, dangerous Antifa riots. I'm telling you, if you guys see this Nick Shirley in the middle of your riots and shit, he's doing this for the government. He's the most obvious person you can see in the crowd. He wears the same shirt. God, he's getting uglier though. Holy shit. Boy, is that dude, eat a sandwich. You lose yourself doing this work because he's doing propaganda. He's not genuinely going out there to report on like what's happening. He's doing propaganda for the government. He wears the same fucking shirt. He goes up in your protest and then agitates and then does content for the right-wing MAGA government. And he's been doing this for years. MAGA government sends him wherever they need him to, and he goes and does propaganda for MAGA. Russian jets are legitimate targets. Boy, a Trump truth post can carry some heavy weight, I guess, huh? With no action ever behind it. State Superintendent of Oklahoma. I'm excited to announce a partnership with Turning Point USA to establish chapters in all Oklahoma classrooms. What would you rather do tonight than watch Jimmy Kimmel? I'll go first. Take a Spirit Airlines flight with a female pilot. My wife left me. Remember, Steven Crowder's Canadian. Sure. Whatever gets them to the next day, I guess. Whatever gets copium addicts to their next day. Trump says Ukraine can take back all of its territory. I'm about to go full MAGA. Yeah, with the fascism and the bigotry, all of it.
Countries
I'm MAGA now. Well, Mike Pence. President Trump is right. Ukraine has fought bravely for 3.5 years since Russia's unprovoked and brutal invasion. With American leadership and support of NATO, Ukraine can fight and win. Victory for freedom. Thank you, President Trump. I know you wanted to hang me in your base head the gallows for me. Bunch of clowns, dude. Bunch of fucking clowns. Oh boy. This is exactly the energy we've been dealing with since Russia invaded. And you know what? I mean, if Ukraine wants to be in bed with Republican politicians and just do that all day, then there's nothing I can do. Nothing I can do or say. They're gonna want to be in bed with Republicans. And watch how that goes for you. How's it going so far? Nice. Well, when in doubt, the one thing that you can do, I mean, if he does come out and do shit for Ukraine, then obviously that'll be fine. No one's going to complain about it. But and I think I've actually made that analysis months ago that when Trump won, that is the only thing he could do to save like the future that he's taking us down. Everything else is bad. The only thing Trump could do as president would be support, obviously do what he's campaigned on, but that he was never going to do that. But for people that have been holding on to something to help Ukraine win, and that's it. But even then, you're not gonna have people on board for that, because like, well, that helps Ukraine, and I want Ukraine to win. I do. I want all of this for Ukraine, but the situation in our country, this is like almost used as a distraction at this point now. I feel like that's what Trump's using it for. He's not using it because he's finally had a sudden change in heart. He needs distractions because of his presidency and his actions in the country. So this is well, not a bad distraction. I'm not going to say it's a bad distraction in terms of like, it can be bad because you're gaslighting people. I guess it is bad. Yep. I mean, I'm not going to provide, there will be nothing that excites me or moves me to be like, oh, Trump's helping Ukraine until it happens. And that's the bar for me. Words do nothing. I know Gertis said it 2 different ways. I don't know why he did, but it's his actions. Because his word, clearly you can hear what he said in the UN today. And it's just a bunch of nonsense. And then at the end, he's calling for unity at the very end or whatever. And not even. There's nothing to give analysis that anything Trump does is positive. Or like, you got to be like this person. I saw in the responses to Dylan. And what Dylan had to say right away, which he didn't know. And he's probably going to have more to say on his stream. Lean into the W. The woke right will be pissed, and the oppositional left will be pissed for some reason also. So a show of support from the center would be helpful to solidify this position. Yeah, lean into the W. What W? A Truth Social post? Holy shit, dude. Oh man, so much truth out of his fucking social media posts, because those are so truthful. Copium addicts. DHS says ICE won't comply with California ban on agents wearing masks. Okay. Have your police stand against them then, Newsom, if you're serious. Yep. Your police aren't federal, so use your police and have them stand against the feds if you're serious. Tell you what, Democratic Party is not strong enough for me. You guys. And you guys are going to have to understand that. Like, I need if the Democratic Party aren't going to do what's necessary in this moment, then there's no reason for me to like glaze them or just like give them automatic preference or whatever. And yeah, we live in a two-party system, so at the end of the day, whatever. But if we just see nothing but mid actions and not serious actions against this administration, I'm not. Why would I give any credits or points? Points for what? Just being the lesser of two evils, I guess, while doing nothing. Watching it happen. So we'll see. For me, the bar in California, if the feds are gonna disobey the order in California, then Newsom has to use his police and stand against the feds, and that's my bar. And if that's not what's going to happen, then the Democrats aren't serious. Waters suggest a military strike on the UN. What?
What's going on with the escalator? What do you think?
Yeah, they sabotaged them.
Yeah.
And they could have hurt the First Lady.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Trump would have fallen and it would have gotten back up. But, you know,
they would have blamed it on his rhetoric.
And then they sabotaged the teleprompter.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an insurrection.
This is an insurrection.
And what we need to do is either leave the UN or we need to bomb it.
What do you want me to say? This is the same news platform that said we need to murder and kill all homeless people.
What's going on with the escalator? What do you think?
Yeah, they sabotaged them.
Yeah.
And they could have hurt the First Lady.
Yeah.
Trump would have fallen and it would have gotten back up. But, you know,
they would have blamed it on his rhetoric.
And then they sabotaged the teleprompter.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an insurrection. And what we need to do is either leave the UN or we need to bomb it. It is in New York, though, right?
Yeah,
there could be some fallout there.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Well, if it was in another country, though, then fuck them. Bomb it. The FCC has no control over the Fox News. Jesus. We need to bomb it.
I know your staff read the post from President Trump that he posted on Truth Social after your meeting, but in part he said this: after getting to know and fully understand the Ukraine-Russia military and economic situation, and after seeing the economic trouble it is causing Russia, I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form. With time, patience, and the financial support of Europe, and in particular NATO, the original borders from where this war started is very much an option. Are you surprised to hear that?
A little bit. A little bit. I mean, this, I'm sure in my people, in my army, and I'm sure in strengthening of the in support of the United States. But President Trump was more positive in it, and he showed that he wants to support Ukraine to the very end. So we understand now that we are ready to finish this war as quick as possible. And he wants, and I want, and our people want. But he understands that Putin doesn't want, and he understands that he is not winning, but he says to everybody that he will win. And I see very, it was a little bit surprise for me, you're right. I was very positive signals from the side that Trump and America will be with us to the end of the war. Yes, as we will see, right? We will see, but God bless, it will be so.
Was there a...
I mean, Zelensky doesn't believe it, honestly, fully. We'll see. God bless it. We'll see. If God willing, in other words. Because it's out of our hands. Nothing we can say to this orange bastard will make him actually do anything, so. Watching it again, this was remarkably... They're really, brother, escalator gate? Are we having that right now in the background? If so, I was memeing earlier, but I guess my memes in my brain are actual, like, feelings from these people. Maybe you guys can use me, because whenever I meme, they're taking it seriously. Because I still have conservative brain, but like at this point I make fun of it instead of leaning into it. So I was joking earlier in the stream when I was like, they're going to send the escalator operator to Gitmo, but now you're having MAGA influencers calling for that, actually. Saying that if someone in the building wanted Trump assassinated, this would have been a great way to freeze him. What? The UN needs to go over the escalator. This is such a dumb trend because you get a view on your tweet. If like for now, I gave him a view just sitting here and then I scroll. You get a view for scrolling. And like if you hold it for a second and then you keep scrolling, that's a view. YouTube doesn't, if you watch counting YouTube, they don't track views until 30 seconds. Which, by the way, did you guys know that if you just tap in for like 10 seconds and tap out, didn't do anything? I never said anything because like I don't want to, like people can't tune in the whole stream, but if you don't watch for 30 seconds, your view does not count on YouTube. It's much harder to get views on YouTube than any other platform because that's how YouTube tracks it. Other platforms, it's like 8 seconds or less, 3 seconds for some. You get a view for that. That's how TikTok gives a perception that you got like big following and big views because they track your views like that. YouTube's the hardest one. Yes, if you didn't know that, you have to have a 30 seconds or more, 30 seconds at least for your view to count. Are we all still alive? Yeah, the rapture didn't happen. We're going over the attempted rapture. Holy fucking based, what the fuck? I'll never get over how the head of our Health and Human Services Department sounds like if you drank orange juice with pulp, you wouldn't make it.
Social algorithms that are hacked into the reptilian cores of our brain.
Wait, whoa. RFK said this at the Nazi rally? What?
He thought that conversation was the only way to heal our country. And this was important, particularly important during a technological age when we are all hooked into social rhythms, social algorithms.
Social rhythms.
That are hacked into the reptilian cores of our brain.
The reptilian cores in our brain.
And amplify our impulses for tribalism and for division. He felt that the only way to overcome that biological impulse was with a spiritual fire and with developing community. And the only way to develop community was through conversation.
You have a new one here? Come on, Brent. Just took a Tylenol and radioactive shrimp. It's over for you, motherfucker. The only way to undo Tylenol autism is to vape ivermectin. Big Pharma doesn't want you to know this. Jimmy Kimmel returns tomorrow night. MAGA hasn't been this mad since 20 minutes ago, probably. Oh, boy.
Epstein files. You know, I used to like Jimmy Kimmel, but not no more. Ever since yesterday, I never thought he was funny, ever. Don't get me wrong. I liked it when he did blackface. I liked that, and I liked it when he had them women on trampolines. If you ask me, there's nothing better than a pair of heavy naturals on a trampoline. That's something we can all agree on, but I digest. Jimmy Kimmel, he spread misinformation without having all the facts. Who does he think he is, huh? The President of the United States? Yeah, I seen the video, and after my favorite influencers told me how to feel, I'm pissed off now. You done messed up. Because he didn't outright say what he said I'm saying he said, but he kind of sort of not really implied what I'm saying he said, and that pisses me off. Plus, he made fun of my Orange King, President Cankles, and that's the worst offense of it all.
President Cankles?
Free speech warriors. You say this is just free speech. Well, he's not free from the consequences of that free speech, because I'll break it down for you smooth brains. The FCC chairman, he went on a podcast and he said the FCC should take away ABC's license. He said, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to take action on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work from the FCC ahead. That's what the man said. That's not some butthurt citizen saying that. That's the United States government. And you crybabies are saying, oh, that's censorship. That's government censorship. That's not censorship per se. That's just called leaning on a guy. That's what that is. Tony Soprano did it all the time.
Yeah.
He was a great person. You remember, he'd say, hey, Sil, we need them building permits. Go lean on the guy. Next thing you know, through intimidation and scare tactics from dictator Yam Titties, Jimmy Kimmel lost his show. That's all that happened, and I love it. Tastes good. Tastes like boots. Just so you know, for you comedians out there, you better stop making hurtful jokes about President Dark Hands.
President Dark Hands.
FCC won't let you be. Epstein files.
Oh my goodness. So good.
Epstein files.
So good. I haven't. The President Dark Hands is a new one. I'm gonna keep that one. Wow. Unfriending Trump. After it miserably failed in North Korea, Dev Gru managed to successfully recover the Trump piss tape from Moscow. Well, President Trump. Oh, let's see what the Russians are saying, I guess. U.S. President Trump has just publicly threatened the Russian Federation calling Russia and Putin a paper tiger and how he will continue to supply weapons to NATO. Let me explain how deluded he is. First, it comes as a shock as to why he would make such reckless statements. This is an African too, by the way. Actually, I can't remember which part of Africa, but it's not a Russian account. This is a bot from Africa. Apparently, the U.S. president has actors around him. Okay, pushing for an endless conflict with Russia. Uh-oh. Economic trouble in Russia. I doubt that because I would live in Russia, so no one could dispute my statements. You don't live in Russia. Whatever. Okay. That's why it's just a bunch of nothing. Bot accounts getting mad at a fascist. A fascist bot account's mad that fascist president isn't doing their fascism. Trump trying to get into heaven when the rapture starts. This could have been a serious threat on his life. Melania almost tripped and fell as she like literally leaves him behind and starts walking. Yeah, Melania was so worried. Keep your kids away from conservative influencers. What are you doing? She waited to see Dan fucking Bongino? Brother. I mean, good. There you go. Actual Ukrainian voices. I don't believe a single word he says. Meanwhile, Ukrainians. Why would you? What does he give it? Like, the only thing that would make us believe it, what he says, is if military action. 1, close the sky over Ukraine. 2, start giving weapons to Ukraine and not do this bullshit. NATO can buy weapons. 3, get involved, make the contact group back. Bring that back. Have Pete, this Department of War loser, go and talk to Europeans and make that a thing again. Until any of that happens, or like we're anywhere near like weapons to Ukraine and something out of the phase that we're in now, there's zero reason to dive in. The first one that could be done is the sky, and NATO closes the sky, and all of Trump's bullshit rhetoric here that he's talking about or in the other interview about shooting down Russian jets and drones over European skies. Okay, big guy, do that over Ukraine. Then there's something to talk about. But until something like that happens, like, listen, I am not getting excited about anything Trump says about Ukraine until 1, sky's closed. All right, sky close. That's got to close. Goodbye. No more Russians in the sky. 2, weapons directly to Ukraine. So weapons flowing back to Ukraine, not through third-party hands, which they already were going through Europe, but like we were directly facilitating that and helping with that. It was still slow under Biden. It needs to be faster regardless. But anyways, we're doing it in a much slower process now. The good thing is Ukraine is developing more of their own weapons, which is always good because they're gonna have more, but it's slow. Okay, so sky close, more weapons flowing actually directly to Ukraine. And then the president, or Trump, actually criticized Putin, because this isn't criticizing Putin. This is gaslighting everybody that supports Ukraine. And he's literally saying that Russia isn't a real or Russia is not distinguished or a real military power because they failed to take Ukraine in 3 days. So Trump is like, oh, if they would have. So if Russia would have taken Ukraine in those 3 days, would Russia be based? Are they a real military power? Are they good? You would have made deals with them? Trump is just going against Russia because he's like the dictator world. Russia is obviously failing. Putin, obviously, this is bad for Putin. It's bad for him. Probably bad for Trump and MAGA that get paid by Russians and the little dark economy they have of like the Russian dark money getting to American influencers. And like, that's all fucked because all their money has to go towards their war that they're failing. And so all the money coming to Americans that get Russian money is probably less or drying out because they've changed their economy to a complete wartime economy. So this isn't because Trump had a 180. It's because Putin is failing. And that's the reason why. It's not because, oh, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is wrong. We need to support an ally, a European ally. They're not in NATO, but they will be. It's because Putin is failing. And likely their money that they get from the Kremlin, directly to the pockets of MAGA and their influencers and the apparatus around it is drying up because the Russian economy is collapsing because of their war, and they continue it. And we'll see. Like, honestly, I bet you the thing that'll stop it would be an oligarch taking action in Russia over anything Trump truths. Like, one oligarch in Russia can change what's happening right now if Putin really goes against, like, but right now the oligarchs haven't made a move yet. So they still support Putin, right, with what Putin's doing. But chat, nothing, like, he's playing mind games. He is playing mind games like he has been since day one. He's distracting. Okay. And this isn't like I said earlier, it's not necessarily a bad type of distraction, because like this only helps Ukraine. Okay. The one thing this does help Ukraine with actually is in the media, which Trump shits on all day long anyways. And Russia does, like, but in terms of like, people are going to be talking about Ukraine. Okay. That's good. Ukraine's back in the conversation of like mainstream talking stuff. More funding will go to the fundraisers. That's always good. You know what I mean? The topic is talked about right now. So that's good. That's always good. But beyond, like, in tomorrow, he could make an announcement that cancer was cured, and it's in the water. The fluoride causes, or it makes you gay or something. I don't know. They're going to come out with some other bullshit. And so there's no reason to really like, oh, wow, what a big day today was on the Rapture Day that Trump made a 180 on Ukraine, at least in his truth. And then also, we need him to explain what he means by further than that. Okay, like, you need to explain what that means, because are you okaying Ukraine to go into Russia and just fuck around at this point? Which I'm not opposed to that, to be honest. I liked when they went into Kursk and held Russian territory there. They did it for strategic purposes. But at this point, the only way the Russian people are going to feel the fucking effects of the war is if they start seeing it. And start putting pressure onto Russia to stop. Because that's been my take from the beginning, from the first days of the invasion. But understandably, like, Russia occupies a shitload of a good amount of their territory that they don't want. So the fight has to be mostly on Ukrainian territory, because that's where the Russians are occupying, obviously, and they continue to invade there. So putting troops and resources into Russia that you need to sustain, I mean, we already learned how bad that can go when Ukraine lost all of that, and they held it. It was good, temporarily media victory for a little bit, but then nothing. Nothing came of that. So it's dangerous. It's a dangerous thing to do, to go into Russia and hold territory, especially if Ukraine doesn't even have the manpower really right now to make significant gains back. They have been in Pokrovsk, which is good. This is good to see, right? With the counterattack, because Russia, before the Trump meeting with Putin, really tried to do a push here. They really tried to advance their soldiers up into the Pokrovsk section. But it was literally just like a speed move to try to get as much territory as they can, and that obviously is going backwards now for Russia, as you guys can see. That's all. Ukraine is liberating territory. They just got some more back here, which is good news. If Ukraine can continue this move, and they can continue this maneuver that they're pulling off here by getting behind the Russians, that will help this, and then they'll be able to attack this Russian held territory from two angles. Okay, which is good. So this is a good move here. Ukraine going into the heart of this Russian offensive right here and cutting them off. Or at least that's what these efforts look like they're trying to do, which is always good, because then now all of this will be easier to liberate, because the Russians will be surrounded. Okay? You can have them on all sides. So that Russian offensive is not doing well. That's true. And you also got a couple other areas of some liberated area, some territory that's going well, but overall nothing's really changed. The stat of the situation on the front lines overall, like as a whole, hasn't changed a whole lot. other than good news coming out of Pokrovsk and Ukrainian liberations and counterattacks. But none of that is like Putin is not signaling he's going to end the war. Putin is not signaling he has any interest in stopping. And only copium will get you through this with Trump's truths. Only actions. Only Trump's actions and what he does. Not what Gertis said about trust his words and not his actions or whatever. And then he changed it. If Trump moves, I will respond. And I will say, good move. But he hasn't. Nothing has changed. And until that day comes, I mean, there's no reason to change the analysis. The analysis will change when the actions change. Okay? That's what will move me, not good words, which we've only had that. Trump ran on that in 2024 in the election cycle. I'm going to end that war before I even get there. I die, but Putin loves me. We're best friends. We go way back. We do dictator speak together. He's my boy. I'll tell him to end it. He'll do it. So, I mean, there's really nothing really, other than to support the fundraisers, continue to help people that are doing the best they can to support Ukraine with their fundraising, and just pay attention to the news, I guess. Wait for actual things to happen, not Trump postings, okay? Or people that are hyping it for the 13,000th time. Okay, now I'm done for real. I was going to be done an hour ago, but we had that come out and we reacted. So, damn, dude, we had almost 20,000 views on this stream. My God. Should I just label every stream Rapture Day, Rapture Day 2, Rapture Day +1 every stream, or +2 or +3, like every day that happens? That'd be hilarious. All right, guys, we're going to be on my gaming channel in an hour and 20 minutes-ish from now. So it's 7:15 p.m. Central. We didn't get to start this until super late last night. Silent Hill F, because it didn't come out until 11 o'clock at night. So it was already like late as hell when it came out. I only got through like the first few missions. So, I mean, you missed a little bit, but I mean, you'll be able to watch just fine. But Silent Hill F tonight, part 2 on the gaming channel. We started our horror game series. So we'll be playing multiple horror games after Silent Hill F is done. So come and tune in, you guys, on my gaming channel. New Silent Hill game. But also, I also kind of predicted this one too. If you're still watching, you get to watch something with us here. But my boy Hideo Kojima, which he's so goated. I don't give a fuck. This is the one person that I'll glaze. But he dropped this trailer when Silent Hill F came out, and Silent Hill F is a Konami game. Okay, Konami did that. Konami and Kojima, obviously Kojima worked for Konami. Okay, not like directly, he had his own thing, but like he developed games under Konami back in the day, and they had a fallout over Metal Gear Solid 5, which is my favorite gaming series, and Metal Gear Solid 5 came out unfinished. Okay, unfinished product. We didn't get to see the true ending of it. We still don't have the true ending, actually. I mean, we kind of do in a way, but we don't get to see how it gets there. You have like concept art and shit. It sucks. It sucks so bad. You get to the third act of Metal Gear Solid 5, and it's like you got like a couple missions, and then they show you concept arts of like what could have happened if Kojima was able to finish the game. But also during that time period, Kojima, then this is the same guy, if you guys just started watching my channel, my gaming channel, he made Death Stranding. Okay, so the Death Stranding guy that made that game, and a lot of you guys liked that, and it was like crazy and shit. But one of the games he also was going to make, ironically, was Silent Hill. Hideo Kojima was going to develop, hold on, the next new Silent Hill game. And he came out in a trailer. He had a trailer that came out with it. Oh, my dad. And you walk down this hallway, and here's like some of the, I don't know what that is. Whatever. It was like just this hallway, and it was one of the scariest things ever. And you walk, and you just keep walking this hallway, and it keeps changing, and things happen during it, and like you get chased by this ghost. But it was just a simple concept. The graphics were so good. It was so, and people still sell PlayStation 4s with this demo trailer installed on the PlayStation because of how rare it is. to have this because he was supposed to develop the new Silent Hill game, which obviously we got a new Silent Hill game, and Konami makes Silent Hill, and we never got it. Norman Reedus was going to be the main character, and he was going to have Guillermo del Toro help, and then obviously none of that happened because Konami and Hideo Kojima fell out, and we got Death Stranding. And obviously Norman Reedus is the main character in Death Stranding. Guillermo del Toro's helped on both of them now. So they went to Death Stranding, and Death Stranding became what they were going to, the cast and energy of the Silent Hills game. But now, when Silent Hill F came out last night, and I didn't see this, and I would have played it on the stream last night. And I don't care if you don't like, come watch some horror games. Come get a new emotion. You guys get mad all day long, or I try to play some comedy for you and you laugh, but come get scared. But he has a new release teaser trailer for his new game called OD Knock. And it's a horror game. And I said, damn, it would be great for Kojima to come back and make a horror game because it would be intense. And here he is. Yeah, I don't know what the OD stands for. 10 years since the blank horror, blank. I bet you 10 years since the PT. I bet you it's got to be PT because it's been 10 years since he did PT. The cursed blank have once again blank into the forbidden. Light the fires to celebrate their blank. This building was blank from the 3D scan of a blank found in a blank. What? And then blank were blank in a sinister ritual. I wonder if this is actual gameplay here that you're seeing. Who's that knocking at the door? Sounded like BB. And Kojima puts his games into his new games, so there will be Death Stranding references in this, like loosely. But also that baby was in PT in the sink. There will be like a Metal Gear reference in here too somehow, like somewhere. Not in this trailer, but in the game. What the hell is that? There's worms in the... Why wouldn't you like stop? What the fuck? Hideo Kojima, OD Knock. Sophia Lillis, Udo Kier, and Hunter Schafer. What's Hunter Schafer been in? I've heard of that. Is this Hunter Schafer right here? What the fuck? For all players and screamers. What the fuck does that mean? Xbox. for all players and screamers. There you go. There's something for Xbox finally. Okay. Now that's the Kojima's new game coming. He's cooking now. Now he's cooking. Boy, you got Death Stranding 2. You got his Metal Gear Solid Delta remake, which Konami did that, but it's his game. The original is his game. And then now you got this trailer. And that looks terrifying. She looks so scared. You look so scared in that. All right. So if you guys like horror games, come watch more on my actual gaming channel. Come watch more on the actual gaming channel. I know we cover news here, but I tell you guys what goes on around my community, no matter what platform it is. So I appreciate all you guys for tuning in today. You guys are awesome. Leave a like and subscribe on the YouTube channel if you haven't done so. Notification bell turn on. Join the Discord server. Link is in the description. Thank you to everybody that supported the stream. Thank you all the members of the YouTube channel. Thank you to Dustin for the 2 verdict reach and assassination trial just now. Be Kind Rewind, thank you for the 5 gifted. Yup, all this reading of the Bible, but nothing about being fucking good person. They must have skipped that verse. Corey and Caleb, you should blow your horn out the window and see what your neighbors do. They won't be too happy. The pastor canceled it. Link in Discord. I'm not sure what that means. 1,200 to 1,800 detainees at Alligator Alcatraz are missing. Their families cannot locate them, and their records have disappeared from ICE's database. Damon, thank you for being a member. Elise, thank you for the gifted. N9N4 with the 4 months. And Andrew, it's my birthday. Can you say happy birthday to me? Happy Rapture Tuesday. I love you. Happy birthday, N9N4. Granny Fulton, OTF Gaming, thank you for the 19 months. Hey, Andrew. Ms. DB Me for 39 months of membership says, hey family, my ears are bleeding listening to this clown. Oh, for Trump. Anyways, thanks, Andrew, for everything you do to keep us informed. Appreciate that. Sue Jack, I got to get to work. I thanked you a little early for that. Thank you, Sue Jack. Scary Liberal, Merc needs a tattoo. No, thank you. Venus Blue, Crash Buddy, the 2 months. I just heard about this. Google Erica and Romania. Disgusted. Thank you for all you do. Erica, Kirk, and Romania. What is that now? Erica Kirk's Romanian Angels Ministry accused of child trafficking. You got that on the Hindustan Times, which is very suspect news, so I would be careful on that one. Daddy Jim with 11 months, Sup Merc brother and a good friend, Slava Ukraine, sir. Thank you for the great coverage. And then Satora Repo, but Trump doesn't use teleprompters, right? No, never. Never. Yeah, I don't have more than one source other than Hindustan Times on that one, so I would need more than that. Yeah, you don't have nothing reputable really reporting on that. All right, y'all. Thank you again for watching. Like I said, leave a like, subscribe, leave a comment in the comment section. Let me know what you think of the stream. Continue to support in terms of just hit the subscribe button. Share it with a friend. I am losing all of my MAGA followers that followed me for whatever reason. So that my subscriber count, I'll show you. This is what we got to fix, because I know that for the past couple weeks, my channel does do well. We have the most views I've ever had on a stream for consistency. So I like that you guys are all here, but I got to change the culture of my subscribers, which looks like it did today. Oh shit. Never mind. You guys did great today. Oh, that's great. See what happens? Why? Here, I'm going to tell you guys why it's generally a bad idea to go hard against a political aisle. But when MAGA controls the Republican Party, it is what it is. And if we were living in a previous America, there would be opportunity to interview both sides and talk to both sides and all this. There's nothing new to learn about MAGA. So there's my channel. Okay, I'm just being honest with you guys. I show you guys as much as I can, but look at this. As soon as MAGA do bad, oh, this was the Charlie Kirk coverage. Charlie Kirk coverage, got a big spike. And then the truth about Charlie Kirk, and then MAGA. Oops. That hurt. That one hurts. And then it goes like this a little more, because obviously I'm still shitting on MAGA. But look at this, though. 30 new subscribers in one day. Look at that. A 30 subscriber buff like that. And that's the support I need. Okay. I'm saying what I want and I'm getting support for it. And I love that. I hated it for the past 3 years, losing subscribers for saying how I feel. Look, ever since July, it's just been slowly going down. We have to get back up to 80,700. I've lost, what would that be? 160, 159? 159 subs. And it goes up and down. It fluctuates. When breaking news happens, it always goes up. So that can happen. Like that happens. But overall, though, whenever I speak the truth about MAGA and shit, but that's why people go right wing, though, because they see these numbers. Who wants to have these numbers? Who wants to see your shit tank because you hurt MAGA feelings, and then they unsubscribe? So that's why people don't do it. Okay, that's why you have YouTubers that don't do it, obviously, because it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It doesn't hurt me because I have multiple platforms. YouTube isn't my only platform. We have a major platform on Facebook, you know, major shit going on other platforms. So it's like, I want YouTube to do the best, but like at the end of the day, I'm multi-platform. Okay, we're multi-plat. And my members are still solid, which keep the channel running and I can pay bills. So, I mean, I don't do video, I do streams. So, you know, this can fluctuate for me. But you guys can clearly see, though, whenever you speak the truth about MAGA. But overall, though, look at, though. This is why I'm not, oh, look at the number went up. Let's go, new sub. I'm not overall worried, though, because, I mean, my channel's moving up, like, overall. You know what I mean? Like, we're going up. It takes a while, though. I plateau. That's how my channel works, and it's so funny to watch. And it's because I've been locked into a certain audience for 3 years, and I'm hoping to break out of that as time moves on. But, you know, it happens, and I appreciate you guys for all sticking around and helping it. All right? That's it now. Now I'll be back tomorrow. Leave a like, subscribe. Come join my gaming channel. But now we're live in a little over an hour now, so I killed some time for you. But come over, check out Mercado Gaming. Come check out some horror games and see how that's going to go. You guys are awesome. See you guys in the next one. Peace.